Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to welcome everyone to the 22nd International Student Summit. My name is Moise Ishimwe. I'm a student at Tokyo University of Agriculture, and I'll be with Group A, facilitating the presentation with my co-chair, and we'll be having a great time together.
I'm Minaho Kaneko from Tokyo NODAI, Tokyo University of Agriculture, and I'm the co-chair of this group.
I would like to give you a brief description of what we're going to do here. We're going to have 4 presenters share their ideas on agriculture based on this year's theme, and our students presenters are the following. We have Gladness Elibala Kikaya from Skoin University of Agriculture, and we have Miyuli Takashi from Tokyo University of Agriculture. We have Lishipal Yadav from Shodruhele Chalan Haryana Agricultural University, and we have Hunter Bundusi Ogochi from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. In our discussion, we'll be having 12 minutes of presentation, and then after that, we'll be having 4 minutes of questions, comments, and your ideas, what you think about what we did. So thank you so much.
So now we will move on to the presentation. We welcome Gladness Elbaki Kaya as our first presenter. Her presentation title is Contribution of Non-Industrial Private Forests to the Community Livelihood. So Ms. Gladness, please start your presentation when you are ready.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the warm introduction, and thank everyone for attending from the introduction all the way to the activity relevant to the ISS general theme. And by introduction, let's ask ourselves, what is non-industrial private forest? Non-industrial private forests are small, individual or family-owned forests and are timber producing. But these forests do not own forest processing facility like sawmills and sawing machines. The aim of establishment of the non-industrial private forest is to meet people's needs as source of income and raw material, such as firewood, timber and poles, and also material for building activities. In Tanzania, there is rapid increasing of non-industrial private forest, especially in southern highlands of Tanzania. And these regions are the regions of high rainfall distributions and also fertile soil. As you see in the map projected, the map of Tanzania, the highlighted region is Iringa region, in the southern highlands of Tanzania. And the study focused on Mufindi district, and the green are the small-scale farms or non-industrial farms in the southern highlands of Tanzania. The problem is non-industrial private forests are increasing but receive little attention, while significant portion of the growing stock volume is found in this fragmented non-industrial private forest. Now let's ask ourselves, what is the growing stock volume? Growing stock volume is the volume of all standing trees, healthy tree in a forested area. Estimation of the productive area and yield of this non-industrial private forest have not yet been determined. Also, due to lack of information on the growing stock volume lies in this forest, it leads to the scarcity of information to the socioeconomic state of the community, to its contribution to the socioeconomic state of the community. As growing stock volume influence the predictions of farmer profit as it affects the volume of timber to be produced, also the price of the timber in the market. Therefore, in order to fill the information gap, I conducted a research as part of my final year, undergraduate year, and I conducted research in southern highlands of Tanzania, where I visited the field and collect the measurements in order to determine the growing stock volume. And the measurements collected were diameter to breast height of the tree, also the height of the tree to be used to calculate the growing stock volume, which will predict the volume of timber to be produced from a farm, also the price of timber in the market. And the data collected were analyzed and cleaned using Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. Also, I conducted questionnaire in order to hear farmers' views on the contribution of this forest to their general income. From the results, large growing stock volume indicate that non-industrial private forests were the main activity and investments in the study area. As we see in the figure 1, the larger growing stock volume in some of the non-industrial private forests indicate that most of the farmers in the study area are engaging in the non-industrial private forest activities. Also, the graph in the figure 2 showing that there is greater percentage on the contribution of the farmer general income. As we see in the questionnaire conducted from the village, like Kitagawa village, as higher quite some and contribute about 25 to 30% of the general farmer's income. Also, some of farmers benefited from the non-industrial private forest in the study area were household that seedling producer and middlemen, due to the fact that most farmers do not produce their own or grow their own seedling. Also, farmers who grow their own seedling have additional source of income from selling the seedling that are left over from the planting or after planting from their forestry. Challenging perspective I encountered during the conductance of this study. The study and measure were conducted on a very small scale, and this is due to the limited funds. Also, adding limited time, it was very difficult to access all the fragmented individual woodlots. Perspectives, the large scale coverage of this study may enable more valid scientific statistics that will be very useful to the individual owners of the woodlots, managers, investors, also environmental management system. As we know that forestry trees are the main user of carbon dioxide that help to reduce amount of carbon from the atmosphere and keep our environment clean. Activity relevance to the ISS general theme. It is to predict the contribution of non-industrial private forests to the livelihood of the farmer and community, as we see that growing stock volume is the indicator of volume of timber to be produced from a forest, also indicate the price of the timber in the market. On the other hand, growing stock volume determine what amount of income a farmer will get from selling the volume from his or her forest. Also, by knowing the volume of the stand, a farmer can engage in the issue of carbon marketing as indicated by Kyoto Protocol. Farmers use the income they earned from forest activities to improve their living standard. And by living standard, I mean food security and health security, as we see. Some farmers engaging in health insurance through the income they obtain from forest activity. Also, this aligns not only with ISS general theme, but also align with the Sustainable Development Goals, as first Sustainable Development Goals, no poverty. Third one, good health and well-being. 12th one, responsible consumption and production, as well as 13th one, that is climate action. Thank you for your attention and listening. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you so much, Gladness, for a good presentation. And I would like to ask you again for a round of applause for her because she did a good job. Thank you so much. Briefly, she talked about using private forests to improve community livelihood. And apparently in Tanzania, the community livelihood depends on it, but these forests are not given enough attention, so the yield is low. And she's been carrying some researches, and she found out that even though they do a lot of activities like timber making and producing other product, it's so difficult to make, just to solely make a living out of it. So they have other earnings, and through that, she realized that she couldn't come up with enough information because she had some challenges like a fund, and she didn't cover the whole thing. But she believes that if this could be solved, like with correction to SDGs, good health and food security could be achieved. That's what she's talking about briefly. Thank you so much, Gladness. Now we're going to be having questions, comments, and anything you want to say to Gladness. Thank you so much. Okay, over there.
Okay, good morning. My name is also Gladness. And I have a question. I am curious to know, you say that these small private forests lack attention from the government. If they were to get attention, what would this attention look like? Like, would it be in form of our professional support, like help, like professional support on how to better their forests? Would it be seedlings? Like, what do you think this attention from the government would look like?
Thank you for the good question. I think the attention was support from the government and professional as being educated on how to improve the yield and control disasters like pest and disease. Also, since these forests have high contribution not only for themselves but to the environment itself, it's better to help them to make the forest more productive, because when the forest is more productive and the trees are healthy, they sequestrate more carbon that keep our environment clean. Thank you. Hope I answered your question.
Okay. Thank you for the good presentation. My name is Happiness Jaffet. My question is, from your presentation, I heard the word Kyoto Protocol. I didn't understand it. Can you elaborate it good for me?
Okay, thank you for your good question. Kyoto Protocol is the protocol that explains that when you own a forest and the forest sequestrates the carbon, in some amount of carbon, you can sell the carbon, not sell it at a good ore, but we believe that the trees sequestrate the carbon, and by measuring the above ground biomass of the tree, we know the amount of carbon being sequestrated. Therefore, they replace you with money, but you keep your trees and you can invest and own your money, but you contribute the amount of carbon being reduced from the air.
Hello, Gladness. So I'm Amanda from Sri Lanka. So this concept is like really new to me. So thank you for sharing that knowledge. So I just want to know, if I'm a farmer who is interested in having such a forest, what would be the process to initiate a non-industrial private forest?
Thank you for the question. In order to initiate non-industrial private forest, you just have to be known by the government and have a piece of land where you can doing the preparation of land, and also you have to know where you will get the seedling, also the tree species that you want to engage in forestry activities. By knowing that, you can have a forest. You can plant the trees in the area, managing them until they become a huge trees and a forest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions, comments? Yes, over there.
Thank you so much, Gladness. I think it's an interesting topic and a good business too, I think. But my question is, in order to make money, they have to harvest their trees, right? So I was wondering, first, how long does it take for a tree from planting to harvesting? Is it a long run plan, or it's just we have some species that we can harvest in a few years, for example? And my second question is, we have seen that most of the farmers, small-scale farmers, maybe they lack knowledge on the management itself. So the harvesting can have impact to the environment too. Is there a plan to make sure that these people who lack enough education harvest their trees without any impact to the environment?
Thank you for a question. Let me start by answer your first question. This forest, let me start by answer the question that maybe harvesting of the tree from this forest may cause damage to the environment. In order to harvest the tree, first you have to know what a plot or compartment you want to harvest. Also, there is procedure before harvesting in order to ensure that the environment are kept clean. During harvesting, people are using harvesting machine like sewing machines. There are some instruction for harvesting. You harvest in a way that you keep the environment clean. And also, in order to ensure that the environment are safe after harvesting, you clean the leftovers in the forest or in areas like grasses, like branches and some offcuts. The people in the area may use it as the firewood, and the one that cannot be used are put in a way that they can decompose and adding the nutrient to the soil. Therefore, not only the cleanness of the air, but also when they decompose, they add the nutrient to the soil. There we get another advantage of soil fertility. And you ask about what the age of harvesting. Yes. Every tree species have its own harvesting time. Therefore, where I conducted a study, the main species that were cultivated are pinus tree species and eucalyptus, which have a very short harvesting period, a lifetime period, and about 10 to 18, they've been harvested. Also, especially for eucalyptus, when they reach age of 5 to 10, you can harvest them and people may use it as the poles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladness. Please, another round of applause for her. A good job. Thank you so much. You can sit now. Thank you so much for a great presentation. Now we'll be moving forward. The next presenter is from Tokyo University of Agriculture. Her name is Miyuri Takahashi, and she's going to be talking about anaerobic soil disinfection to control soil-borne disease on plants using liquid organic waste as unused resources. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And good morning, everyone. My name is Miyuri Takashi from Tokyo University of Agriculture, Japan. And my theme is anaerobic soil disinfection to control soil-borne diseases on plants using liquid organic waste as unused resources. So what is plant disease? In agricultural production, we are frequently facing plant diseases caused by pathogens. There are 3 types of pathogen, and 80% of plant disease caused by fungi. And the disease caused by the soil infection pathogen called soil-borne diseases. The pathogen in soil caused plant disease by infecting the roots of host plants. The soil-borne disease caused by fungi are very severe damage and difficult to control. So how to control soil-borne diseases? For chemical control, using soil fumigation has been used. However, due to an environmental burden, other alternative method is attracting attention. There are biological control, cultural control, and physical control. However, even an environmentally friendly method, these have disadvantage. On the other hand, do you know anaerobic soil disinfection? It is one of the physical control, and it is more effective, and because it requires temperatures above 20 degrees. And the treatment is simple. It uses organic matter and water for feed for microorganisms. And also it uses transparent mulch to cover soil, to shut off oxygen to make reducted state. And microorganisms, including pathogens, are killed. Initially, the ASD is developed in Netherlands and Japan independently. Green manure and rice bran has been used. However, soil organic matter is difficult to mix in deeper layers, and there is concern of accumulation of fertilizer component. Therefore, further development is carried out in Japan using ethanol. So liquid organic matter can reach deeper in soil, and there is no fertilizer component, so it is more effective way. So the target area of my project was Miyako Island, Japan. It is located south of Japan and has a subtropical oceanic climate. And its agricultural industry is sugarcane, and it is used for sugar product and lamb production. On the other hand, the warm climate also allows for product tropical fruits like bananas and mangoes. However, an outbreak of Panama banana disease was confirmed in Miyako Island, and it is one of the most serious soil-borne diseases of banana, and it leads to low productivity of banana fruits. And the pathogen is Fusarium, and it is treated by cutting and burning. There are no controls has been established, so it is required establishment for the disease control. Therefore, my objective is to establish of ASD by using liquid organic waste to control soil-borne diseases, especially for Panama banana disease on banana, Miyako Island, Japan. For using liquid organic matter in ASD, if it is possible to substitute liquid organic waste for organic matter used in ASD, it leads to resource recycling. In Miyako Island, distilled liquors are popular commodities for rum production. It is made from sugarcane and then distillated at the end. Distillation can be divided 3 fractions as heads and hearts and tails. Hearts is used as product. However, tails have still containing ethanol. It is disposed as organic waste. So I considered substituting lamb tails for organic matter used in ASD. This is a ASD treatment, and ASD treatment was carried out during summer, and the amount of irrigation is 100 liters per meter square. And I set up 3 test areas: ethanol, lamb tails, and the not treated area. And this is the result. And after the treatment, I counted the number of fusarium, and the fusarium was detected in not treated area. However, other area, ethanol area and lamb tail area was below the detection limit. So it was found that ASD is effective for soil disinfection. In this study, I constructed the method of use organic waste as for soil disinfection without discarding it as a liquid waste. Therefore, I believe that this system should be further promoted. So, since our university and Okinawa Prefecture are working together, and we provided an ASD technology for farmers and Agriculture Research Center, Okinawa Prefecture government. So I expected ASD techniques will spread to farmers. And this is an actual activity. And there are many soil-borne diseases caused by a variety of pathogens. And ASD can be applied to a wide range of soil diseases. This is a disease of mango and in Miyako Island. And we provided ASD techniques to farmers and agriculture government officials, and we treated them together. So I'd like to provide ASD formation as a technology that can be used in various countries and regions, since it can replace liquid organic matter such as alcohol and molasses. And I believe that it will achieve sustainability, focusing on food security and health on 22nd ISS theme. And this is the end of my slide. I'd like to thank you all who helped me with my work and research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your great presentation, Miyori-san. So please loud of applause again to her. In her study, she focused plant disease caused by microorganisms like bacteria. And then she studied to establish ASD method with using ram tail. It's kind of alcohol and to control disease. The conclusion of her presentation is this lamp tail can be used in ASD method, and now she is sharing this technology with farmers to improve the problem. So now we will have a Q&A session. So if you have any questions or ideas, please raise your hand.
Thank you. Can you please explain for me how can I know that the plant has Panama disease?
Oh, thank you for your question. Panama disease is one of the banana disease, and the disease symptom is yellowing the leaf, and then it will die. So this is a disease symptom, and I confirmed it is a Panama disease. Yes.
Does anyone have any questions or ideas?
Thank you, Miori Takashi-san. It's a really interesting presentation. I'm not so good on fungi, bacteria, and viruses. So my question is, for the, you talked about fungi pathogens, right?
Yes.
And its infection, anaerobic disinfection should happen only above 20 degrees temperature, right?
Yes.
So my question is this method only efficient on the hot seasons, or how can you control that temperature to make sure that the soil have above 20-degree temperature? Is it challenging or not? And my second question will be, you talked about bacteria and viruses a little bit. Is this ASD disinfection method also effective on bacteria and viruses? Have you checked that, if you did?
Okay, thank you for your question. And lastly, I explained that ASD requires only temperature above 20 degrees, and it is not soil temperature. It is the temperature. Yes. So it is not. It can be applied not only subtropical or tropical region. Like in Japan, it can be used on Hokkaido, like north of Japan. Maybe in summertime, if the temperature is above 20 degrees. Yes. And I'm sorry, I'd like to ask, what was the second question?
Is this method also effective on bacteria and virus, for example? Is it only for fungi?
No, this soil infection is effective. Also, bacteria and fungi. I don't think it is effective for viruses. Yes, that's all.
Okay, thank you. So does anyone have any questions or ideas?
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very informative. So during the presentation, you shared with us that you shared this piece of knowledge with the farmers. So may I know, have the farmers actually used it in the field, and have they like gotten the results? And if yes, what was their response about this?
Okay, thank you for your question. Um, lastly, I showed the actual activity for mango farmers. It is one of the teaching techniques, but actually I haven't heard that they do this treatment by themselves. Yes, so I think if there are any if it occurs plant disease, they will do like I showed the treatment method. Yes.
Okay. So thank you for your question and thank you for your presentation, Miri-san. A lot of applause, please, again. So now we'd like to move on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Rispal Yadav. The title of his presentation is Use of Non-Conventional Aquafield Resources and Contribution of Students Towards Sustainable Aquaculture. So Mr. Yadav, please start your presentation when you are ready.
Thank you for my kind introduction, dear chairpersons, respected directors, professors, chairpersons, other dignitaries. Good morning to all. Today, I want to share my views on the sustainable aquaculture. The title of my presentation is Use of Non-Conventional Aquafield Resources and Contribution of Students Towards Sustainable Aquaculture. I'm starting with the introduction. Aquaculture is the farming of aquatic organisms, including fish, mollusks, crustaceans, and aquatic plants. Aquaculture is the farming of aquatic organisms, including fish, mollusks, crustaceans, and aquatic plants. At present, aquaculture is one of the fastest growing sector. The figure represents the total area of India under fish culture, length of coastline, exclusive economical zone, continental shelf area, and the region of the country. The figure also shows the total fish production value of the fish exports from the 2015 to 2016. The fish production in 2015-16 was 10.76 metric million tons, which after increment reached up to 14.16 metric million tons in 2019-20. Similarly, the value of the fisheries export changed from 30,422.83 crores in 2015-16 to 46,662.85 crores in 2019-20. Therefore, the fisheries sector in India has shown a substantial annual growth rate of 8.61% for the 5-year period from 2015-16 to 2019-20 at a constant prices. There are two statistical maps of India showing total marine and inland fish production. There are 9 coastal states and union territories which produced a total marine fish production of 37.27 lakh tons in year 2019-20. The Gujarat and Lakshadweep were the highest and lowest marine fish producing states and union territories with 7.01 lakh tons and 0.2 lakh tons respectively. In the same year, the total inland fish production was 104.37 lakh tons approximately from the all states and union territories of the India. West Bengal and Goa were the highest and lowest inland fish producing states with 16.19 lakh tons and 0.04 lakh tons respectively. Now moving on the problem statement. The first picture shows the exploitation of the natural fish stock. These fishes, after processing, converted in the fish meal as shown in the second picture, and which are fed to the fishes in the form of the pellet feed. The farm fishes are then raised to the harvestable size, sold to the market for human consumption and to make other fish products. This whole process is known as fish meal trap, which is unsustainable because the exploitation of natural stock is not species specific. The unwanted and discarded parts after processing are directly disposed into the open environment and natural water bodies, which leads pollution. The pollution directly or indirectly lead our climate change and by changing the natural condition of the Earth's environment. Now, the background and the objective. The unsustainability occurs due to three main reasons. The first type of unsustainability occurs when we exploit the non-species specific stock. Different types of other aquatic fish flora and fauna kills during the exploitation process. This is known as ecological unsustainability. Similarly, the huge amount of the water required during processing of fish like descaling, beheading, degutting, discarded parts when directly disposed pollutes the natural water body. This is known as the environmental unsustainability. The preparation and the processing methods of fish meal is very costly. Feed is an important input that involves nearly 60 to 70% of the fish production cost. In the commercial aquaculture, this is known as economical unsustainability for aquaculture. Therefore, to make aquaculture sustainable, I decided to replace fish meal with moringa leaf, Moringa oleifera, because both fresh and dried leaves provide substantial sources of vitamin A and E. The fresh leaves provides a substantial amount of vitamin C. Moringa leaves also appear to provide moderate amount of calcium, magnesium, iron, and vitamin B6. The moringa is a very rich source of protein. 1 gram protein leaf powder contains 4 times more protein than eggs, 10 times more than vitamin A than carrot, and 17 times more calcium than milk. While doing my work, I took moringa leaf from the moringa plant, then sun-dried for 3 to 4 days. Moringa powder was then mixed into the duff with other ingredients like soybean meal, groundnut oil cake, and mustard cake, etc. This duff was then passed from the extruder machine and converted into the pellets according to the size of the fish mouth. These pellets were then fed to the fish common carp, Sprinus carpio, for 60 days. The growth and weight gain was assessed at intervals of 15 days. The slide shows the protein analysis of different fish feeds. The fish meal contained 54.34 plus minus 1.24% protein. Moringa leaf contained 28.64 plus minus 0.53% protein. Test diet contained 30.23 plus minus 0.31% protein. Treatment first contained 30.42 plus minus 0.15 protein, and treatment 2 contained 30.14 plus minus 0.52% protein. Treatment 3 contained 30.04 plus minus 0.83% protein. This slide shows the picture of my personal work, which involves fish feed formulation and preparation, protein analysis of feed sources, feeding trials, good management practices in aquaculture field, and finally the spreading awareness among the farmers. Now moving to the implications and results. Here are the two graphs. First shows the average weight gain and the second shows the feed conversion ratio by fish during experimental work. The first graph shows the maximum average weight gain in the second treatment and the minimum average weight gain in the control diet, which are 48.43 gram and 32.34 gram respectively. The second graph shows the maximum FCR in control diet and the minimum FCR in second treatment diet, which are 2.13 and 1.65 respectively. For an efficient growth in minimum feed taken for fish, the FCR should be low. The results of my experiment were outstanding because the moringa leaf replaced about 30% of the fish meal protein requirements by the fishes, and feed cost was reduced to 3 to 4 Indian rupees per kg of feed. The treatment details. This table shows the treatment details of different doses of moringa leaf with other feed ingredients. In control diet, I took 0% moringa leaf and given to the fishes. In first treatment, 15%, in second treatment, 30%, and in final third treatment, 45% moringa leaf were given to the fishes. Now, what are the challenges and perspective I faced? There are many challenges I faced, like first, limited availability of resources. Moringa plants are not available elsewhere near my university campus. And the second one, feed formulation and standard. There were no facilities of suitable machine or devices for bulk production of formulated feeds so that I can provide to the farmers. Nutritional balance. I seemed very difficult to measure exact quantity and quality of feed ingredients. It was very time consuming and hard working for me. High cost. The market prices of the all preferred feed ingredients were very costly. Moreover, when I used higher inclusion of leaf meal, this results into the poor feed formulation, poor digestibility, soil growth, and some effective anti-nutrient factors. I faced big challenges and they do not come much more bigger than this. Most desired perspectives are first, sustainability. I will prefer to use of plant protein at place of animal protein to raise farm fishes so that the natural fish stock could be maintained for future generations. Second one is resource efficiency. We should exploit the natural resources in way so that these resources can be available in future to create ecological balance in ecosystem. Innovation and market demand. I will try to develop new technology tools which prepare desired low FCR, alternative resources. I will prefer farmers to use plant protein sources in comparison to animal-based proteins to maximize their production profit and minimize their production cost. In this way, sustainability can be maintained in the future also. Relevance to ISS journal theme. My theme relates to ISS journal theme because I focused on making aquaculture resilient to climate change through effective management practices. I also tried to make call for collective efforts from youth, farmers, innovators for sustainable aquaculture. I also focused on some of the sustainable development goals which are involved. SDG 14, Sustainable Development Goal 14, is to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. The SDG second, and hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable aquaculture. My research on fish feed is relevant to 22nd ISS themes of food, agriculture, environment, and climate change, since it promotes a sustainable fish production, consider in the impact of overfishing on aquatic ecosystem and need for the food security. At last, can for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rishi. And Mr. Rishi talked about something very interesting, feeding fish, non-conventional feed. Super interesting. He said that he used a different type of leaf, moringa leaves, crush them, dry them and crush them to feed them these fish. And the reason was that these leaves, they are rich in nutrients like calcium, vitamins, and many others. So he had challenges. One of the challenges was that it's costly, and also these leaves are not enough. He cannot have direct access to them. And he's using this research to calm young people to ensure sustainable aquaculture. Thank you so much. So if you have questions for Mr. Rishi, you can go and ask them. I'll start from there.
Good morning. So I really like your presentation. There are a lot of really interesting things. So I see in your challenge, there's the limited availability of moringa leaves. How do you plan to improve that? Because even though you include more youth in it, you can't really change nature. So can you tell me, do you have any plan to improve that?
Thank you for your question. I want to tell you that near my university, there are no such moringa plants. I took from farmers field and then fed to the fishes after processing and preparing the feed pellets. So I will took such steps to grow near my university campus or my college campus by taking the seeds from the market or from the farmers' fields also.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll move right away. Oh, from there, okay.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Rishi, for your interesting question. And would you mind to go back to the slide that you are presenting, like the percentage number 1? Maybe on 5th or 6th slide, I'm not pretty sure. Oh, it's not. Yes. Yeah, that one. No. Yes, it is. Could you please giving me a little demonstration about the protein, and you put it with percentage, for example, 54.34 plus and minus, something like that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. In my experiment, I took or I measured protein content in different fish meals, or I can say different diets, which I provided to the fishes, like fish meal, moringa leaf, and for 15 days trial per when I assess the weight gain by the fishes, different protein percentages are taken. The moringa leaf 28.64 plus minus 0.53. Plus minus 0.53 is the I can say the major accuracy or major faults. Similarly, in test diets 30.23 plus minus 0.3, and in treatment diets 30.43, 0.3, like this.
Okay, go on, Radnes.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I am curious about the cost effectiveness. If I understood you right, before people are fishing like live fish from the water bodies and later using this fish to create fish food, which is not sustainable. And your idea is to use moringa leaves, which are like equally good in nutrient, to be the alternative for this unsustainable form of fish food. But how cheap or how cost effective is using moringa leaves? And moringa leaves come from moringa trees, which to my understanding take a very long time to grow. It's good that they do use leaves and not like cutting the whole tree, but how sustainable is your alternative solution? And most importantly, how affordable is it? Because if it is expensive, people will not shift from their bad ways to shift to this more environmentally friendly way. And how do you plan to work around that if that is the case?
Thank you for your question. Firstly, I want to say that this feed is not for all fishes. This is for, if I can say, for herbivore fishes or omnivore fishes, as I prepared. Secondly, I replied I want to reply your question that your question was that the cost effectiveness and the sustainability. Yeah. As I said earlier, that I decreases the prices to 3 to 4 rupees per kg in Indian rupees. But in previously, the cost of the feed which we are used, means fish meal, were very high.
Okay, thank you so much. We are out of time, so we won't be taking any more questions. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Rishi, and we will be moving forward. Thank you so much for a good presentation. You can have your seat. And we'll be moving forward to the next presenter. This guy is from, strong guy, he's from Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta University. He'll be talking about soil fertility amendment using compost manure to enhance food security among smallholders family in Kiambu County, Kenya. Please start your presentation when you're ready.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Chairperson. Professors, fellow presenters, and invited guests, good morning. The title of my presentation is Soil Fertility Amendment Using Compost Manure to Enhance Food Security Among Smallholder Farmers in Kiambu County, Kenya. I would like to begin my presentation by introducing or recognizing my advisor, Dr. Geoffrey Waweru. My university is JKUAT. I belong to the Faculty of College of Agriculture and Natural Resources and the Department of Land Resource Planning and Management. The presentation will include the introduction and background, problem statement, my student actions and activities, implications, results, challenges and perspectives, and finally the conclusion. Into the introduction and the background. I'd like to begin with a few definitions of terms that were in the title of my presentation. Soil fertility. Soil fertility refers to the capability of a soil to support and sustain plant growth. An amendment. What is an amendment? An amendment is any material which, when added to the soil, will improve its quality or fertility. Compost. Compost is a form of organic manure which, when added to the soil, improves the general soil structure. Food security. Food security is the ability to produce and access food. The Sustainable Development Goals are 17 Sustainable Development Goals per the United Nations. Now into the background. Agriculture is the leading economic activity in Kiambu County and contributes to about 17% of the population's income. The area under agricultural production in the county is 1,880 hectares, which covers a total of 74% of the total land area. 8% of the population in Kiambu County suffers from food poverty. This map shows the state of food insecurity in the world as highlighted by the World Health Organization, the FAO, and World Food Programme in 2022. The highlighted areas show the areas that are threatened much. Into the problem statement. Agriculture is among the major economic activities worldwide and is considered the main source of employment for a majority of Kenyans. Soil fertility is critical for crop production. However, most of the soils in the arable lands in Kenya have been reported to have low levels of nitrogen, the macronutrients, and other nutrients which have affected the productivity and maintenance of the soils. The Food Security Profile Report for the county showed that 70% of the population practice crop farming and 90% of the farms are small holdings. The latest census data shows that Kenya's population has grown to an estimated 47 million people. A high percentage of this population is at great risk of facing food shortages and put pressure on the farmlands in Kiambu County, which has led to intensive cultivation. This intensive cultivation has led to the depletion of soil nutrients, which has resulted in a decline in soil fertility for the smallholder farms, which affects their crop yields. The declining crop yields pose a significant threat to food security for the farmers who rely on their farms for produce. To the student actions or activities, my actions and activities. Between 2021 and 2022, I was involved in a soil fertility project in a kitchen garden. This was a collaborative effort between me and the farmer. My role was monitoring and the maturing compost in a certain tin and turning it regularly to ensure proper aeration. The material in the compost was mainly plant material. I felt at this point that it was important to explain what happens when compost is incorporated into the soil. So the organic wastes that we were compiling with the farmer, we composted them in a tin, and when the compost had matured, we incorporated it into the soil. In the soil, the compost undergoes mineralization. What is mineralization? Mineralization is conversion of the complex compounds of different materials into components that can be taken up by plants, such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. This nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium are then able to be taken up by the crops. The crops, when taken up by the crops, and they also lead to change in the soil properties, such as the physical soil properties and the chemical soil properties. When the soil properties are impacted positively, this results in increased crop yields to the plants and better soil fertility. This material utilizes waste, which ensures sustainability. When the plants mature and the harvest is done, the plant material is returned back to organic waste, composting, and the process is continued. These images show the project that I was involved in. You can see the kale and some other vegetable crops on the farmer's garden doing well. Your compost was used as the amendment in the soil. So, from here, when out of the experience with this farmer, I was able to come up with a study to investigate how compost can be used effectively as an amendment in the soil. The objectives of the study will be to determine the effects of different compost materials on the soil chemical quality, such as pH, CEC, and carbon-nitrogen ratio, to investigate the effect of different compost materials on some soil physical properties, such as bulk density, infiltration, and the third objective will be to investigate how some of these aspects of the soil will affect crop yields. What will be the implications of the study? Because different compost materials have different mineralization rates, as I had explained earlier what mineralization is, understanding the rates and impacts will provide useful data for smallholder farmers in terms of planning and planting. These nutrients will affect the soil chemical quality positively, the soil physical properties such as bulk density, porosity, and infiltration, how the soil uptakes water, meaning they will use less water for irrigation. The waste used by the farmers could be recycled and diverted, which will prevent waste that ends up in landfills, conserving the environment. This table shows the average nutrients in a kilogram of compost: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Nitrogen in the soil is essential for leaf development. Phosphorus in the soil is essential for fruit and seed development, and potassium is essential for fruit development. What are some of the challenges that may come out of the study? The challenges. Compost is an organic material, and organic material that matures, it takes time. So time will limit the study. The resources, the study will be conducted within the university on a small area. It is also important to note that compost should be handled with care. This will prevent the spread of pathogens. Also, disseminating this information to small farmers may pose a challenge because of the large area of the county. The perspectives, in order for the farmers to access more organic waste so that implementation can be done by the plots, the waste will be reduced in landfills, which will clean up the environment and provide a source of livelihood for youth in the county. Increased soil fertility will ensure productive soils, better crop yields, and access to food, which will ensure food security. The university has open days where different stakeholders from different sectors are invited, and I will be able to share my work once I have the results. We also have a student organization which deals with land resource issues and partnership with the university where I can share my work. I'd like to call for action. Small-scale farmers can significantly increase their crop yields and improve soil health through the effective use of compost manure, because conventionally this technique has been proven to be highly efficient and beneficial. Better soil utilization practices should be promoted to reduce the impact of intensive cultivation, with practices such as zero tillage and crop rotation, and planting cover crops to reduce soil erosion. However, it is important to note that addressing intensive cultivation will require specific solutions which are tailored to the unique local conditions of each farm. How does my study relate to the theme of the ISS 2023? Compost utilizes organic material, which is a crucial step in practicing sustainable agriculture. Believe that better composting methods should be developed, and organic food waste recycling should be promoted to be used as organic matter in the soil. And involving the youth in the Kiambu County in waste diversion and environmental conservation will help to ensure productive soil and sustainable food systems. Productive soils will also ensure that crop yields are improved, food security is enhanced, and better health. It is therefore essential to promote the amendment of soils and also perform soil tests regularly. Local success in achieving food security is the first step towards global food security, and the youth have a role to play in making it possible. Thank you for your kind attention. I would like to end by this famous quote from Franklin Delano Roosevelt that says, "A nation that destroys its soils destroys itself." Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting and sustainable presentation. And he studied how compost made of various materials affects the soil and what difference appeared. And he collaborated with farmers. And compost made from organic matter and waste is good for environment, and they contain some nutrients that help crops grow. And as a result, that will lead to higher yields. So thank you for your presentation. And now we will have a Q&A session. If you have any questions or ideas, please raise your hand.
Good morning. My name is Peng Dao from Thailand. I'm wondering which equipment do you use to estimate the nutrients in the soil? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The equipment that is used to estimate the nutrients in the soil is going to be collected, sampling, then taken to the laboratory for testing. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Hunter, for your interesting presentation. I see that the goal of your research is in increasing those nutrients in order to also improve soil quality. But I was also wondering, how did you ensure control in your compost in order for these nutrients not to be in excess as it is absorbed to the soil? Because as far as I know, when it's in excess, it also causes counterproductive effects on the soil's quality. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, some of the nutrients can leach into the soil, but when you regulate the amount of water during irrigation and applying the compost not during the rainy season, this will control how the nutrients are absorbed in the soil. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Hunter. Thank you very much for your presentation. I actually have two questions. The first one is, here it states that it takes 4 months for the compost to mature and 3 months to notice a significant change. And you also stated that as a challenge, the long time duration. How are you planning to overcome it? Or do you recommend this for long-term crops and maybe not for the short-term crops? And the second part is, are you proposing 100% compost manure to be used as the only nutrient input to the soil? Or else are you proposing a mixture of inorganic fertilizer and compost manure approach?
Thank you for your question. The first question, could you repeat the first question?
Yeah, sure. So basically, time is a challenge.
Yes.
And how you're planning to overcome it.
I plan to overcome time. When you use the material of compost that has already been crushed, the time will be reduced because the rate of decomposition will be high. But if you use large material that has not been crushed or that has a large surface area, the time for decomposition will take a longer time. So I plan to use the material that has already been crushed. Yeah. The second question.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, are you proposing to use only compost manure to the crop or else a mixture of inorganic fertilizer and compost manure?
Yes, in this case, because I'm utilizing waste material, it is only organic waste. Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to know if somebody's doing this at an industrial scale, maybe, do you recommend to that person to go 100% compost?
Oh, this is only for smallholder farmers. For industrial scale, they can incorporate both inorganic and organic.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, the time is out. I'm so sorry. So thank you for your answer and thank you for your question and answer, and a lot of applause to him.
And finally, we are approaching the end. Now we're going to be having a general discussion. If you have any ideas, feedback, or anything you want to tell these presenters about sustainable, environmentally friendly agriculture and aquaculture, yeah, the floor is yours. If you have any idea, you can just raise your hand. I'm seeing one hand over there. Please, can you get the mic over there?
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. For mine is just a suggestion from Hunter's work. The work is very nice, but currently we have various strategies in striving for amendment of the soil. I would like to suggest to your research if you will just incorporate the contribution of your compost in carbon sequestration. Like now we're having materials which can even like biochar. Biochar can even sequence the carbon into carbon negative. So if it will be better if you, when you're conducting the study, you incorporate that issue of carbon sequestration so that we may even know that compost can sequester how much carbon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have?
Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you so much.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Basically, I concord with the comments or suggestions of the student. And I really want you to also include the use of biochar because when you look at the purpose or the characteristic of biochar, it's not actually an organic fertilizer. It's actually a soil conditioner. So it means that it holds a lot of nutrients in the soil. And then when you use that, when you use that one for soil conditioning and you integrate agricultural crops, then you would also increase the yields. So basically, we also have researches in the Philippines, and we found out that it was really effective in increasing the yield and at the same time in improving the physical and chemical properties of the soil. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We have someone in the front over here. Here.
Thank you so much. You all did a good job. But mine for is Mr. Rishi. Your research is really interesting, indeed, the use of moringa leaves. But I think you should also consider the safety factor. Despite moringa having all these nutrients, but you should also consider what happens when now they're given in excess. Are you considering the anti-nutrient factors? I think you should maybe work on that too.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Maybe one more suggestion if there's anyone or comments. Thank you.
Okay, so this is actually about the aquaculture project to Mr. Rishi. So I just felt like, you know, having said like the availability of moringa leaves all around India is a problem. So maybe if you're focusing on an production at an industrial scale, so if the leaves are not available, then that's actually going to cause problem. And that's actually a problem with regards to the sustainability of this usage as well. So maybe there can be other alternatives that can be introduced as well to be used. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your suggestion. I will work on it in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, feedbacks, and ideas.
So we finished all our presentation. The common part of their studies and activities was they focused on food security and health, as well as environmental considerations. And we believe it is important to actively exchange ideas and collaborate with people to spread their activities. Now we'd like to conclude our discussion. Thank you for attending our session today. I hope this session will encourage everyone to think about agriculture, aquaculture, and forestry. Please give a lot of applause to the presenters for their excellent presentation. Thank you.
Time is everything, and we seem to never have enough of it. As young individuals, we are constantly reminded that we cannot afford to grow old in order for us to make a change. It's time we start acting, listening, and changing. Having said that, it's not all gloom and doom. We are also living in an era where innovation is here, technology is here, and the solution lies in the future of the youths who are the next generation. We have the opportunity to be the first and last generation to end climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining this session. My name is Mariano Kezia, a student from Tokyo University, and with me I have my co-chair, Mr. Mikia Shimada.
Hello, everyone. I am Mikia Shimada, a co-chairperson for this session, Group B. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. Thank you.
This year, we are delighted to have 4 esteemed presenters from different universities offering valuable insights into sustainable agriculture and environmental innovation under the theme of Youth Contribution Toward Global Agricultural and Environmental Innovation in Achieving Sustainability, focusing on food security and health. To my presenters, you have 12 minutes of presentation. To my audience, there will be a question and answer session, and you have 4 minutes. And you need to make your questions to be very clear, concise, and very precise.
Without further ado, let's welcome our first presenter, Ms. Bao An from Vietnam National University of Agriculture, presenting her research titled Animal Welfare in Vietnam, First Steps to End Cruelty on the Role of Students. Ms. Ngo Sang, you can begin when you are ready. You have 12 minutes.
Good morning, all participants here in person and online through YouTube live stream. It's my honor to be here to present about animal welfare in Vietnam. My name is Ngo Bảo Anh. I am from the Vietnam National University of Agriculture. And before I start, I have to say that in Vietnam, when you say you love animals, you might be asked, what part of the animal do you like? The thigh or the breast? And that means that, do you actually love animals? Or is this just because you love eating them? And so in Vietnam, the concept of animal welfare is still rather very new. And according to Professor Trek in 2017, a large amount of animals, percentage of animals are being mistreated, both in 3 groups, all in 3 groups, domestic animals, agricultural animals, and wild animals. So here, domestic animals, they are subject to abuse, to neglect and lack of care when sick. And some cats and dogs, they are raised to eventually be killed for food or for special occasion like Lunar New Year or weddings. And some of them are treated like toys, property to sell, and not like how I treat my animals as family member. For agricultural animals or farm animals, farmers often ignore their welfare. They don't really care. These animals, these livestock are raised in really cramped condition, and they are only taken care of for their meat or eggs or milk. And they are also abused and subject to extreme violence. For wildlife, they are mainly hunted for food or raised in large quantities to provide raw materials for human, for decorations or the so-called healthcare purpose without any evidence. And some of them are kept indoors for entertainment, like monkeys, turtles, or birds. And one of the animals that are mainly exploited is the Asian palm civet. So you can see they are raised in cage and are forced to only feed on coffee beans to produce coffee for the civet coffee industry. And it's very inhumane because sometimes they die from starvation and because they can't process the beans. And here are some type of traps that are very deadly to the animals. And it's really hard for me at this part because I can't imagine the pain that they have to go through. And in addition to that, there are still many festivals that include brutal animal slaughter as a sacrifice For example, as you see here, Dosun buffalo fighting, in which both the winning and losing buffaloes are killed for food, and their meat are said to be sacred. And second, pig chopping festival of Namtuk city province. So the pigs are used as a sacrifice to the gods, and it's really evil because some people enjoy seeing them being chopped up. So you might be asking, is there any law that you guys are doing to prevent any of this? Well, there indeed are. There's already the biodiversity law in 2008, the law on animal husbandry in 2018, and the law on animal health in 2015. However, it's because of people's lack of awareness and the fact that the government has really weak enforcement of punishment towards crimes regarding animals. These animal welfare problems persist. So in agriculture, there are 4 major causes for these animal welfare problems. First of all, the lack of financial accountability for losses. Second is poor management. Third is wrong financial incentives. And lastly, bad becoming normal, in which the situation deteriorates slowly and people no longer perceive it as a problem. This is according to Grandin in 2018. So in conclusion, the animal welfare problems comes down to 2 factors. First is people's lack of awareness, and in some cases, people do acknowledge that the animals are being mistreated, but they choose to ignore it. And secondly, economic and financial benefits. So if I love animals so much, what have I done to protect them? Well, there's something. The earliest is that I joined a club called I Love Animals back in middle school. I was in 6th grade. And here, zoologists taught us about how the animals are taken care of, about their behaviors and their living habitats. And through this experience of feeding them and also cleaning the zoo, I realized that if you want to protect animals, then you have to learn about them. You have to learn about their basic needs. You have to learn about their behaviors and their living conditions. And right now, currently, I'm in university, and I am joining a research group with the topic of the effect of layers raising system on egg productivity and the quality of animal welfare. So what we are doing is we're gonna divide 270 chickens into 2 groups of 45 with 3 repetitions. And the first group will be raised in cage-free system in which the chickens are given open access to space and enrichment materials so that they can entertain themselves and to maintain their natural behaviors. While the other groups are raised in conventional cage with 3 hens per cage. And then from there, we will take care and raise them following the guidelines from the National Livestock Institute. And we will identify the stress level of the chicken by collecting their blood on specific weeks and collecting eggs to look at the quality and also productivity. And from then, we can assess the animal welfare and also the productivity of the chickens, which may be affected by raising methods. These are some real pictures of my group. So what are the results and implications that we may have? Well, we just started this research like 2 months ago, so there hasn't been any particular results. However, so far, we see that some eggs from hens raised in cages are completely shellless. They're really soft because the lack of calcium and also the stress level of the mama chicken. So there are 2 main goals we want to achieve. First of all is to assess the impact of raising methods on layers, egg production, and animal welfare quality. And second is to propose solution to husbandry methods that both improve the quality of animal welfare and meet the goals of productivity and product value or product quality. And so why did we choose to do this project? Do this research? Well, in agricultural, like nowadays, in agricultural practice, hens and chickens are raised in really, really cramped cages, which cause them to suffer both physically and mentally. They can be so stressed that they peck each other and in extreme cases become cannibals. And their bones and muscles tend to shrink and they can't function well. So that is why we hope to prove that a more natural and humane raising system have a significant positive effect on chickens' welfare, as well as the quality of the products. And we also think that it is very important that students get involved in enhancing the farmers' awareness. So how are we going to do this? Well, I have some suggested ideas here. Is we can form groups of students or experts and experts to come to underdeveloped, unaware regions like mountainous regions or ethnic minorities region to conduct surveys and researches on what like their sorry, I'm a little bit more nervous, their farming practice and what is their perception of animal welfare and what they lack. And we also think that it's very important, the climate and geography are the key factors of raising farming methods. So it's very important that we conduct social economic investigation to understand what they need. And so we and the public can find suitable support for the farmers. And it's also very important that we create online platforms to share farmers' experience and feedbacks on what they think. So what are some challenges that I may face? Well, in agriculture, the most important thing is how to find a way to persuasively spread the message about animal well-being, to change their way of thinking, to change their awareness that are deeply imprinted for thousands of years in Vietnam. And also, it is very difficult because when you want to raise awareness, you have to start as soon as possible when the farmers are kids or kids want to be farmers. And it's very hard because animal welfare is still a new concept in Vietnam and has not been adopted into any teaching programs except for a university one. So in conclusion, after all the experience that I've had, I realized that there are still many problems surrounding animal welfare in Vietnam. And in order to prove animal welfare and putting a stop to the act of illegal wildlife hunting and trading in Vietnam is very difficult. So I hope that by joining ISS, I can find like-minded people and form groups of people who wants to do this with me and to help me. And how is my activities relate to this year's ISS general theme? Well, the first one is healthy animals raised with good animal welfare are more productive, they require less care, and they are more profitable. And secondly, products from healthy animals contain less harmful hormones, making them healthier for consumer. Lastly, animal welfare is related to all 17 SDGs. However, it is closely related to sustainability in SDG 12 and 15, which is responsible consumption and production and life on land. So this is the end of my presentation. And before we end, I want to send a message that if we can't stop humans from eating meat, then the least we can do is to work together to create a better life for them before they have to be killed to provide nutrition for us. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ngosan, for such enlightening presentation on animal welfare in Vietnam. Indeed, the first steps to end cruelty and the role of students. Your research sheds light on critical issue and the potential role of students in improving animal welfare. Again, your focus on indigenous knowledge and sustainable practice is really highly commendable and can pave a way for better agricultural practices in Vietnam. To my audience, I welcome questions and comments. We have 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for your interesting presentation. So my question is cortisol is the only indicator on your project, or you have any alternative way to estimate the stress level of your chicken? Thank you.
So yes, scientifically speaking, when you're stressed, the cortisol level in your blood will rise, and that is the easiest way to identify it. But you can also look for stress symptoms from chickens, like if they are not eating, if they are not producing eggs, or if there's any problem. Or as you can see from the egg, it's shellless, and that can also be resulted from
stress. Thank you.
Anyone else with a question? Hi.
Actually, thank you so much for the interesting presentation. And I think animal welfare is really an issue these days. But my question is, with the food insecurities problem in the world, of course, meat consumption have its negative impacts to the health of human beings. But let's say we keep eating meat, but is there any suggestion of the better way or a good way to slaughter animals? Because I didn't see any suggestion. Let's say we keep eating meat. How can we make it more humane? Or how can we keep it more safe for the animals?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Frederick. So in some places now, small farmers, not big businesses, they can slaughter animals like this. They do not have any painkiller or methods. They just directly poach into the animals, which cause them to die in horrible pain. And they will keep doing that. Or like you see in the pig chopping festival, they just chop the animal in pain, excruciating pain. And however, now some people, they care about animal welfare, and there is a greater prospect that animal welfare will improve through deeper international integration. They have to learn how to kill the animal like in a way that is care about less pain, and they use electricity to shock the animal, and the pain will be less because it will be too much and the animal would die instantly instead of have to suffer from slow death. So that's one thing that I think you would answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have a question, rather a concern. Why did you choose hens for your experiment or for your activity? Yet you mentioned that there are many other animals that also undergo similar treatment before they are slaughtered for their meat. Are the hens better representative of all the animals, or what made you choose hens?
Thank you for your concern. Well, the reason why we choose hens is because, well, as you can see, well, it's not showing, but we eat chickens a lot. It's like the very easiest food, and also chickens are produced in mass productivity, and so there are just a lot of chicken, and because they are small animals, so most of the time they can't even show their pain. They can't even show their pain. Why big cows, they take more space, but the small chicken, they get just killed very easily. And the reason why we choose hens, as I just told you in the slides, why we choose to do the research, is because they are raised in the industry, they are raised in really constrained cages, and just a lot of them. And it's the easiest access that we can get. It's really hard to raise cows in such a small space, such as the farm at our school. And yeah, it's the one.
Thank you so much for the answer. And I believe that maybe you will consider your actions, given that you are passionate about animal welfare, you'll consider your action towards how other animals are treated and provide solutions for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ngosan, for your wonderful presentation, and thank you, audience, for your insightful comments.
Our next presenter is Ms. Ayume Takeichi from Tokyo University of Agriculture, and she will present on Tokyo Farmer Helpers, creating new agri-food connections through urban farming. You can begin when you're ready. You have 12 minutes.
Okay, so thank you for Hello everyone, I am Takeichi from Tokyo University of Agriculture. My department is International Food and Agriculture Science. So today I will introduce my student action, Tokyo Farmer Helpers, creating new agri-food connection through urban farming. So first, let's talk about my problem statement. So my problem statement is focusing on agriculture in Tokyo as urban farming. So I show in this slide the current situation of agriculture in Tokyo 2020. So agriculture area, so including islands area is 6,530 hectares, and the number of farm household is 95 and 6/7, and average farm size is 0.7 hectares. And finally, currently calorie-based sufficiency rate is just 1%. So I think you became such a tourist. Their number is so small there. But I could say on this presentation today, so Tokyo is have so interesting agriculture styles. So next, this graph is a change in agriculture areas in Tokyo since 1985 to 2020. So in 1985, so they are 12,050 hundreds to as agriculture area in Tokyo, but by bubble economic term since 1985 to 1995, so agriculture area as farms so was so decreasing to year by year. So in 2020, so Tokyo has just 6,530 hectares of farmlands. So moving on, I explained a function of urban farming. So urban farming is now is defined as 6 functions by Japan's Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry and Fisheries. So for example, the first is production, agriculture, or fresh agriculture products. For example, in these functions, so if you have 10,000 hectares of farmlands, so you can produce and distribute 30,000 Japanese radishes. So I think this power means we could produce and distribute so a lot of 30,000 Japanese radishes at one household at once. So additionally, urban farming is worked as opportunity for understand to agriculture and engage in the agriculture experience for our residents and resource of green space and conservation of land and the environment, and so finally, open space for disaster prevention. So that is such a problem settlement. I have become too interested in urban farming. So I studied to the student action with my university classmate in 2020 autumn. So our actions has 2 objectives. So first is help urban farmers and service the current situation in agriculture in Tokyo. And second is create a connection between students and urban farmers. So we established a volunteer student group as named as Tokyo Farmer Helpers. So in this slide, I show the UoL-Circle's Instagram's QR code. Please follow us. So if interested in this. So during the circle's activity, we decided make our Instagram's account because we want to make memories of our activities and spread our action to my university classmates and urban farmers. So on one kind of circus activity, we visit 11 farms in Tokyo as working volunteers. So because we thought it is the most important thing to learn current situation on the site. So I went to the, for example, Bamboo Village Farm and Yamaguchi Fruit Farm and Sato Farm. So through visiting farmers in Tokyo, we could notice a lot of implications. So for example, Tokyo is developed a lot of methods and management by location or farmers. So during the visiting several farms, we met so great encounter with Tomizawa farm in Mitaka City. This is Mr. Tomizawa. So this farm is named Tomizawa farm. So Tomizawa farm regularly held exchange events, so as named as open campus at the farm. So from 1 year ago. So at this event, we could experience and enjoy agriculture and so enjoy doing farming with another participants. So next, also we could experience at selling at farm stand with farmer. So it is such likes. So in this activity, we experienced to sell agriculture products with farmers who went to help with agriculture work. So, and this graph is a number of participants per month of Tokyo Farmer Helpers activities since November 22 to April 23. So when we start the action with 5 members, as you can see, so but gradually circle's member was increasing. So its situation is so happy thing for me and thank you for things. So and the questionnaire survey was conducted through Google Form. I took the questionnaire as to the participants on Tomizawa farm. So the question was, how do you change your image of agriculture after participating at Open Campus? So at this questionnaire survey, 100 participants become interested in agriculture. So because they were excited to experience farming with meeting some persons. So also 14 participants answered, it is fun to do it with someone. So also we asked to the participants the questions. The first is, when was your image of agriculture before participating in the farm's open campus? And second is, what contents held of the event you have a memory of? So I have been having my implication of urban farming through this student action. So perspectives of production. So there are so many kinds or management of agriculture in Tokyo by location and farmers. And perspectives or well-being. So the result of the questionnaire survey, urban farming is needed for urban residents to make so they are feeling so well-being and to be relaxed. Yeah. So in this next my challenge. So I want to make 2 species. so our residents enjoy our farming more directly. So first is, I want to establish a place where residents could buy agriculture products made in local nearby this university with Orasago's member. And I want to make a place where residents and university students could enjoy growing vegetables and be relaxed into this university. So finally, I think my research is trying to focus on several SDGs, for example. So first is two goals is zero hunger. So in summary, I think urban farming must prove that it can address health and economic disparities that stem from food access. So this is my reference. So finally, I want to say this activity is supported by multiple supporters. So Tokyo Farm Helpers member and Mr. Tomizawa and ISS members and Associate Professor Mr. Gojo and Professor Dr. Yemura. So thank you for guys and love you guys. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ayumu Takaichi, for your insightful presentation on urban farming and Tokyo Farmers Initiative. Please kindly follow her on Instagram. And your efforts in bridging the gap between urban residents and local farmers through innovative farming experiences are truly commendable. We are really excited to see how your initiative will further contribute to food security in Tokyo. At this moment, I welcome questions and comments from the audience. We have 4 minutes. As they're still thinking about the question to ask you, Ms. Ayumu-san, what challenges or obstacles did you face in the field while trying to do the Tokyo Farmers Helpers Initiative? What are some of the challenges that you faced in the field while trying to implement your work?
Okay, thank you for question from me, Mariana-san. On this student Tokyo Farmer Helpers activity, we also visit 11 farmers on the site. So in this action, we learned so urban farmers were so welcomed us, and they were told us so a lot of situation and so acknowledgements of agriculture in Tokyo. So, sorry, your question means about, sorry.
Ayumu-san,
yeah.
Did you face any challenges or problems in the field while you're trying to implement your research on Tokyo Farmers Helpers in connection to the agri-food?
Okay. Well, sorry, I couldn't say that because I couldn't sort out my thinking. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
You can answer that to me later as a chairperson. Any question from the audience? As they're still thinking again. Oh, hi.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ayumu, for your very interesting presentation. Actually, I just want to say it's not a problem, actually. It's not a question. It's just a comment. So I want to say thank you for your interest in this kind of activities. I feel that go to the field and work with the farmers, it's not easy. Okay,
Yeah.
so you have such courage to collect your school members from your department, or maybe then you collect all together as a using the Instagram or using the social media. So I feel that you are going towards a very good impression to the others as well as a university second year student. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel you can go so far. So I want to say good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yunusan, for your wonderful presentation. We can give another round of applause.
So our next presenter is Mr. Safil Jafet from Sokoine University of Agriculture, presenting his research on indigenous knowledge innovation and utilization technologies of bamboo as an instrument of livelihood provision to the local communities. You can begin your presentation when you're ready. You have 12 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. Hello, everyone. Hello. Are you waking? Have you slept? Okay, my name is Jafet Safil Jafet from Sokoine University of Agriculture, hereby presenting my research abstract titled Indigenous Knowledge, Innovation and Utilization Technologies of Bamboo. Yeah, in nutshells, just showing the bamboo resource in Tanzania. Bamboo resource in Tanzania coverage is 1,025,033 acres, as just seen in the map full of it. And concentrating to our study areas, of which is the southern highlands of Tanzania, particularly Mbeya region, Iringa region, and Njombe region, we'll find that bamboo coverage is 165,030 acres. And particularly in these areas, the bamboo species dominating are Eushania alpina, Oxynanthe rhabsinica, and Bambusa vulgaris. Making more concentration to the community, there are 13 indigenous groups, or we can say ethnic groups, confined with these areas, and they're engaging with the use of bamboo in this study area. In fact, in various discussions, bamboo has gained a potential, has been recognized as a potential to attribute in the climate smart income generating source. And it has even gained noteworthy with the significance to contribute in the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. This is due to the fact that bamboo is a fast-growing plant. Unlike trees, bamboo grows within 3 to 5 years and matures, and one can just utilize them. It has tangible environmental benefits. This is to say, bamboo can be used in carbon sequestration that help in climate change mitigation, and it helps in soil amelioration. It has promising material properties. People can just use it for furniture and construction. However, it has diverse applications, not only to the vulnerable local communities, but also to the industrialized ones. I was very interested while meandering just around Tokyo. I have seen a lot of bamboo used in just the big town like Tokyo. Now, the problem. The local communities lack understanding on the local bamboo uses, the technological sources of innovation, and proper utilization of bamboo, especially in the southern highlands where I just studied this. These hinder the ability of the local community to fully exploit the economic and social benefits that bamboo can offer. In result, bamboo resources remain underutilized both in the agricultural lands and in the industries for making furnitures, constructions, pulp, and even paper making. Now, this study just worked as to awaken the knowledge with the objective to assess different bamboo uses, sustaining the well-being of the communities, but also to assess the extent of technological sources of innovation, which are crucial for development of the local bamboo enterprises. Now, the actions I did, I firstly studied the existing bamboo local knowledge, innovation, and utilization technologies. And this was to the consumers, producers, and the enterprises. And this was through interviews to the producers, household surveys to the consumers, discussions with the enterprises, and field observation. After that, I did data analysis and interpretation so as to understand the results. And in terms of activity, I emphasized in the use of bamboo for restoration. And I actively participated in one of the restoration activities that was just performed in one of the degraded forests around our municipality. And currently, I am an active member of one of the association known as Bamboo Tanzania, Barata. You can just check it in your internet. In the results, we were able to see that people had diverse bamboo uses, like construction. People are using bamboo for house construction and fence construction, producing different basketry products such as hand baskets, winnowing baskets, the hats, even furniture, producing chairs, tables, and beds. And more importantly is food and drinks. Some people were utilizing those young edible shoots of bamboo as food. And some others, especially in Mbeya, in Njombe and Iringa, they're producing bamboo juice and bamboo beer. And this is a very favorable drink in these areas. They are tapping those fluids out of young shoots of bamboo and utilize it as a drink. Also, miscellaneous crafts such as rugs, mats, utensils, even when you just visit into our census offices, you just meet some bamboo pen holders. You just see the picture in my very last slide, the bamboo pen holders, which is very good a craft, a designed material. Also, some communities used bamboo as a medicine. They just have those fluids as for treating themselves with fever. And some others use it for fuel use as producing charcoal, and others, those dried it, just using as a firewood. In the indirect benefits of bamboo, we just came to recognize upon the field observation that there are attractive designs that can be produced with the use of bamboos. Like in the restaurants and in the hotels, people are just producing good avenues with bamboo. Also, animal fodders. Some respondents replied to us, especially in the dry season, people are using bamboo grasses since they remain green even in the dry season and they are palatable to their ketos. It also played the crucial role for carbon sequestration. And just a different study, but in the last year conducted in the same study area, revealed that bamboo can sequester more carbon than the one can be sequestered by the plantation and even by the agroforest plots. It also plays the crucial role in soil amelioration. Bamboo has trinket roots with rhizomes that tend to amend the soil, and also bamboo can be used in producing biochars, which amends the soil well and even result to carbon negative. We were also interested in looking the sources of innovation, as we just asked ourselves, how do these communities think to have these technologies, like not technologies, but how do they think to have these products like bamboo beer, which is just not common in other areas. We just revealed that the major sources of innovation are indigenous knowledges and personal technical skills. And majority of these enterprises they obtain their their skills, and their creativity through local competitions, mass media, and internet. In the challenge, we just came to recognize that the communities faces little awareness on the proper utilization of bamboo, as the bamboo is still underutilized. They are not properly utilizing it to the fullest to obtain all those benefits that bamboo can offer to them. So in the perspective, we just said we can build capacity to the local community so that they can fully understand and they can fully upkeep the efforts of using bamboo to make their livelihoods more better. And also, we just aim to study bamboo value chain and commercialization so that that value of bamboo can even be recognized. Even that one who producing bamboo can even know what value may he get when producing it. Relation to the 22nd ISS theme, we have just seen that bamboo resource can lead to production of income. Some others can lead to supplementary income. Some others can maybe even their main income, like someone even having the enterprise, big enterprise like e-industries producing pulp. It may act as an direct income, and also it has the direct impact to the food security, as itself it's the food, and one obtains income can even have some money for getting food, and this all lead to sustainability. Linked to the ISS theme in terms of sustainable development goals, we see the link in the source of supplementary income in the SDG number 1, no poverty. We see it links with sustainable goal number 11, sustainable cities and communities, as it helps in building safe, innovative designs, resilient and sustainable structure. Also, it links with the sustainable goal number 13, the strength to strengthen the resilience to the climate hazards, and sustainable goal number 15, especially when used for restoration activities to restore the marginal lands. This is just the pen holder that I was talking about. Hopes you've seen it. And we can just finally say that the aspiration in the use of bamboo are very, very real. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Japhet Safiel, for shedding light on potential of bamboo utilization as sustainable livelihood resource and its significance of indigenous knowledge in its utilization. Indeed, there's untapped potential in the bamboo utilization in Tanzania. And again, your research highlights the importance of preserving traditional practices and integrating them into the modern society. A very nice research. To the audience, I welcome questions and comments to the presenter. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Gladness, and I am interested to know on how do you think these communities can improve their craft? Like you say, one of the challenges are like low innovations. So how do you think they can improve their craft? Like what other uses of bamboos can be explored within their community that they can sell to their community or even export? Like what other uses of bamboo do you think they can explore? There's that. And another question is, how exactly can these communities be guided to improve their production or innovations? Do you have like suggestions? I know we all say like they should be educated, but what is it exactly? What kind of knowledge do you think they will benefit from to improve their production or to be more innovative?
Thank you for your very good question. As we were conducting this study, we just came to recognize that these communities, they're just using this local method to produce their products. As you can just see in the, as you can just recap while I was presenting those results, those bamboo baskets just produced with hands, those even those other goods, they're just produced. You may find just one using a panga, machete, those cutlasses. They're just using those. So they are facing low technology in utilizing that bamboo. But if the technology is at least advanced, use of at least semi-mechanized or mechanized machines, they can fully utilize these materials. But in this study, we just recognize that we have very undone things like plywoods, the ply bamboo, those pulps, paper making. It's not even used at all, but people can use their technologies and then produce paper. Currently, paper is very, very used, so it can help. Since bamboo is a fast-growing plant, within 3 to 5 years it grows, then it may even awaken that industry of paper. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the good presentation. My name is Happiness from Tanzania. My question is, which method or any software that you used during data analysis?
Thank you for a very good question. Maybe I should start even from data collection. From data collection, we just use the Kobo toolbox. Yeah, with the help of a Kobo toolbox, we have an ODK. We just input the question to the Kobo toolbox, then we deploy them to the ODK collect, then we perform our survey. And upon data, that help us even in data entries. We had no that direct data entrance since the ODK tool, just you can just deploy those results in an Excel form. So it helps us during data analysis. We just deployed the results. And firstly, we just used Excel from cleaning the data and some other data which are not here, you'll find them explored with RStudio. Yeah, version 4.2.3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the interest of time, we will end it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Safil Javed. And give him a round of applause.
So let's proceed to our final presenter, Ms. Nuni from the National University of Laos, presenting her research on the use of indigenous ecological resources for pest control in Laos. You can begin when you are ready. You have 12 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Nuni Ulot and I am the representative for Laos, National University of Laos. And my topic for today is the use of indigenous ecological resources for pest control in Laos. So, to begin with, because of the growing population had reached to a surge in demand for food, causing farmers to rely heavily on organic pesticides to keep up with the demand. In Vientiane, the capital city of Laos, the majority of agricultural practices rely on potent chemicals and pesticides to eliminate pests that threaten their crops. Despite the harmful effects of pesticides on the environment and human health, farmers persist in their use due to the affordability and effectiveness in pest elimination. However, in many cases, these pesticides do not work well and the pests grow resistant against the pesticides. The farmers then typically blend multiple powerful insecticides to control the pests more effectively. The extensive use of pesticides results in severe consequences on human health, ecosystem, and food security. Due to their long-lasting and bioaccumulative properties, to overcome this, organic pesticides can be used as an alternative alternative derived from natural resources and have a more targeted approach to controlling pests and insects. However, organic farming is not widely practiced in Laos and it's only adopted by small agricultural groups. With this problem statement, my action for this is that I implemented 2 stages. The first one is the study of utilization of local natural resources in creating organic pesticides. And another thing is to study the management of organic agriculture group. With these 2 stages will be implemented in Nonte village, or what they will known for organic agricultural group. With this, all information will be implemented by reviewing the secondary information first, and then I will do the interview, physical observations, and field surveys. With all of these actions, I will be able to collect the data and doing the analysis and come with the conclusion. So with all of my actions, I come to 2 aspects of this. The first one is the natural resources characteristics. As you can see here, is the primary natural resources which is available for all years supplies. And there are 3 main ingredients. The first one is Tinospora, the second one is lemongrass, and the last one is neem, which means that they will mix 3 of them together as a primary ingredients, and with the secondary natural resources which is available seasonally within the group of months. And each of the group of months also have different kind of like seasons, the species of like pests which is different and various. So in this first group of months, from November, January, December, and February, we'll experience some kinds of pests like butterfly or like the pests that eat salad. So with this, they will use Capsicum frutescens, or what we know as chili, and Pterosportia walkeri to mix with the primary and then control the pests. And after that, from this month, March and April, they are very kind of months that they can produce a lot of foods, a lot of vegetable, but there's still something like pests that are kind of affecting their plants. So they will use Arium sapor and Oxymum sanctum to mix with the primary one and then control the pests. And after that, they will have these kinds of smelly and very smelly and also itchy for killing the pets. It's in these months as well. And the last months, as you can see, they are not experiencing about the pests that threaten their crops, but they are experiencing heavy rain and root rot. So they are going to use Trichoderma fungi for biocontrol properties. With this, all of the results, we will be able to control and reduce the dangerous chemicals and ensuring the living things, human health, animal health, and environment in general for the long term. And after that, this one it's for, which means that these all of ingredients will not kill every pet, but it will also keep the good pets for the ecosystem to boost itself. And another thing is, because of this, they will be able to supply in every month and make sure of the food security. So, the next one is the fire management, which is the result of this one as well. As you can see, it seemed to be very easy, but yet very effective and very sustainability, because they have implemented this fire management from 2006 until now, and it's still being implemented. With this, you can I point out for 3 aspects. The first one is that, as you can see, as a house, they will storage organic pesticide, like ingredients to make the organic pesticides. And another thing is the groundwater collecting tanks. This one is that in summertime, it's really hard for them to storing the water because of dry season. So they will be pumping the water underground and be able to supply and watering their plants in the summer season. And a last thing is the long pipes for watering plants, which means that they will be able to carry around and make sure that every area of their plantation be able to watering. Yes. And then for these abstracts that I have researched on, I come with the challenges is that this is not my first things that I was doing before. I was doing planting experiment. I just want to test for one formula, but because of that, it's not able to do that because due to the limitation of locations and also the variety of seasons. So I cannot grow the plants in the age that can use the organic pesticide, and the organic pesticide, it's not really that good because it was really knowledge limitation for me at that time. And because of my limited area for experiment, like my base education, base knowledge, which is not about agriculture because I study environmental science. And also this one, it's not a kind of sustainable result at the end because I did not ask for the support from policy, so which means I need to be concerned by this as well. And for my perspective is that to be able to implement this one and to maintain the organic agriculture farming, it needs to be funding and resources for students to be able to implement or do the experimentations and to be sure that it's going to be more sustainable and more developed from here. And another thing is that the same age as me do not really aware of what is agriculture in general. Some people don't even know how to read the name of the vegetable, and it's really annoying. So with this, I think it's really important to raise awareness and making the campaigns to be able to tell them what to do and to make the new generation out of this. And as the same with the my challenges is that it needs to have the policy advocacy to support them for the funding as well. So to come with the conclusion, as you can see, it was the primary natural resources, secondary natural resources, and also farm management, which is being a crucial role for the organic farming to be able in the long term. And with the ISS theme relative, it's that reduction on harmful chemical ensuring the health and well-being of both farmers and consumers. Organic farming prevents contamination of soil, water system to ensure environmental sustainability. Fundamental organic farm management leads to flexible production to ensure food security in the community. And finally, my research, it's the fundamental foundation of farming, which is implemented from 2006 until now, which can also be something as a base to lead for a new innovation in the future. And for the relation to SDG is that the third one is for good health and well-being in the long term. And the 11 is the sustainable city and communities. And also related to 12, responsible consumption and production. And the last one is life on land. That's all about my presentation. And I want to conclude is that as you can see, that I have many aspects on this. I just want to say that with only one aspect, would not be able to achieve sustainability. It needs to see as a whole. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Nunisan, for your insightful research on organic pesticides and sustainable pest control in Laos. Your focus on utilizing indigenous ecological resources for pest management highlights the importance of environmental friendly agricultural practices. And despite the challenges you're facing, you still continue to pursue this end. We want to wish you all the best in your research. For the audience, I welcome questions and comments. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Nuni, for your great presentation. For my question is like how many amounts of the resources is needed to kill pests? Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting question. The amount of each of kind of like organic pesticides is very like a precise. So what I mean is that if you are going to implement or to learn about this, it needs the instruction. So they also have the instruction and guideline, like how much do they need to be able to like make the precise organic pesticide instead of just like making them and like creating more problems. So it needs more instruction, needs someone to like help you on this, because I cannot say exactly what amount, because there are many resources and the characteristic of it, which be able to like, you know, kind of like variety of them. So that's my answer for your question. Thank you.
So thank you for the very interesting presentation. My name is Gladness, and I am interested to know, do these pesticides like work on all crops or only like certain type of crops or vegetables? And I'm also interested to know on like the sustainability or maybe the cost effectiveness of using other plants as pesticides for other plants. Like, is it sustainable to grow other crops to use as a pesticide for other crops? And is it cost effective? Doesn't it increase like production costs?
So thank you for your questions, Gladness. For the first one, the cost effectiveness, I don't know other location apart from Laos that like how much do you be able to access to the like cheap or like reasonable price for the ingredients that I mentioned before. But in Laos, it's very easy to grow each of them, as you can see. Yeah, all of them are available. All of them are available like widely in Laos and very cheap. But somehow some of them might be like expensive because it's already go to the market. But for the local, like even near my house, my mom, my parents can just grow them very easily for this one. And as you can see, there are many ingredients, which mean based on my area. Yours might have different one and be able to implement different thing as well, because as my like abstract, I also make the research out of like Africa as well. They have that digested sap, but maybe different type, like different species, yeah, kind of to implement this one. So I would say that it based on the location, it based on how people can implement, and it based on how they want to do it as well. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for explaining us about your research topic. I was wondering, the actions you're going to initiate in next move.
So thank you for you are interesting on this, because I am the one just started this as well, which means that I have really limited of the knowledge of implementing them. And also I implemented just only a few friends who actually interested in this and with the patient to move forward and like finish this abstract with me. With being said this in this way, I would say that I will raise awareness on agriculture in my country, like as much as I can. And also in the terms of environmental science and the way that, you know, a lot of things happen like from now and in the future that might like causing the food like security. I think I will be able to like, I will be the voice for my, for as a Lao representative, yeah, to guide them in my communities and as well as expand them outside of my communities. Yes, probably might be like a workshop or kind of like collecting data and publish on general agriculture farming, just to let them know that, oh, this one is dangerous, this one is good, and this one is the sustainability. Because somehow, even the farmers itself, they use the insecticide one, and then they just use the tank again, the container that contain that the chemical, like just for drinking and stuff, because the lack of knowledge. So yeah, I would say I will continue on the next move and make something out of this. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ninisan, for your wonderful presentation. We can give her a round of applause.
So moving to the next step, I actually ask presenters few simple comments from presenters. So being away from your research or today's topic, I would like to ask general ideas of presenters. So my question is, what can you do to save planets or to save Earth at the mercies of climate change? Yeah, so Ms. Bao,
Your question is the general idea of climate change, right? So I think how we can do it is, well, now as youth people, we have access to many stuff. We have access to the internet and we have awareness. Many of us have better awareness than the people with old-fashioned minded. So I think not only do we do small things every day to improve like the pollution, keep your trash and recycle, reuse, and reduce your use, you can also spread that. Create platforms, talk on the internet. There are already a lot. And then there are a lot of groups now, but then keep forming groups to go to the regions that are unaware and then spread the message about climate change. Yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. How about Ms. Takeichi?
Okay, for me, I think so country or lives is so comfortable with sort of technologies, so the internet. So this is a cause of climate change. So, but I so strong this participating in this ISS, we could change climate change from so young power, and so yeah, we must to connect it to each other. So thank you, Miguel.
Thank you. How about your idea, Mr. Japheth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Concerning this general thing that you've just told us, I think youth need a collaborative effort while approaching this climate change. Yeah, we have various strategies on solving the climate change issues, but they just fail because we just don't act as a collaborative. I think if youth, like we have met here, we can just exchange ideas and have a collaborative effect. A simple example, I just met my friend here and we are just talking concerning biochar. Yeah, I was trying biochar using the croton hatch. He was trying the biochar using bamboo in Malaysia, and we just met another high school member trying biochars with the wood biomass. But when we just collaborate, as we are met here, we are collaborate and we just share those ideas. Together, we can even solve this issue. Yeah, that way. So all these strategies that have been put upon, all youth can just collaborate and have one say, and that may be a very great weapon against this climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for your insight. Ms. Nuni, it's your move, finally.
So that is really interesting question because we can just see many aspects of it. For me personally, I think there are two things that it's really important. The first one is the personal actions on this. You cannot just tell anyone to do what you haven't started by yourself. So it needs to be you that started to action, like to make the action first before going to the social to make the involvement out of it. So for me, I think for the personal action is that just a small things. For example, like turn off the electricity, just be aware of whatever you see, like whatever you see as environmental issues, and take the consciousness to make sure that you not skip it and probably solve the problem and ask someone to do it with you. And the second thing is the social involvement. It cannot be changed if you do not have friends, if you do not have community. It will not make something new. So for me, I think probably like a workshop, probably raising someone, like if they do something bad about environment, we might be able to suggest what is the alternative ways that they can do, and also like probably just lead them to do and be the example to let them start just like you. So that's about my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments on the question we asked. I only welcome one comment about the group discussion. Hi, Mr. Fredrickson.
Thank you. Actually, I was interested on the topics today from your groups, but the main title of your group being education. Right? I think you're an education group, right? So today, it was my first time to see even so many functions of bamboo itself as a plant, and so many other topics from animal welfare, urban farming. But my question is, why these things? Do you think these very important things with so many benefits, do you think our education systems in the world are doing its best to target those areas that are really important in recent issues or recent critical issues in general, universities or high school students? Are we really doing good to target those areas that are really important to our well-being, environment, health, or the utilization of all those resources like bamboo? Anybody can help me on that?
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'll help you on this. We say that you need to start from a place. You cannot move somewhere unless you make a step. Introduction of this stuff into the curriculum, starting at a young age. You grow up knowing what you need to do. So currently not that much, but in the future, if they introduce, let me say, environmental courses from a younger age, I think that can help. Because we're running out of time, just 1 minute. So thank you all. So ladies and gentlemen, the change is you and the change is me. Together, we have the power to drive meaningful transformation and shape a sustainable future for the generations to come. Let's take the knowledge, inspiration, and ideas shared today and turn them into action. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the presenters for making the ISS success, and also my co-chair, Mr. Shimada-san. So as we conclude this session, let us remember that the journey toward a sustainable future does not end here. Let us carry the spirit of this summit in our hearts and continue to work together for a better and a more sustainable world. Thank you all for joining this session. I wish you an inspiring and fruitful experience in the remaining session of the ISS. Thank you.
Everyone, for all YouTube viewers, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So in 2015, Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, have been set by United Nations to eliminate poverty and make the world sustainable by 2030. This is based on the notion that we need to find better ways to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Focusing on nutrition aspect is one of the solutions that can contribute to reducing malnutrition and even other solutions in the world.
Okay, the first 3 sustainable goals greatly focused on nutrition. The first goal was no poverty, the second goal, zero hunger, and the third goal, it was good health and well-being. What are the youths doing 8 years down the line? In front of you, it's Group F, which was focusing on nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting humbly, please switch off your phone, minimize movement, sit, relax, and enjoy. My name is Mwangi Kamita from Tokyo University of Agriculture.
I am Nozomi Nakajima. The first presenter will be Azahara Putri-Santi from IPB University. She's going to inform us the current situation of stunting. Stunting is when a child has a low height for their age. How can this problem be solved? Ms. Azahara, if you're ready, please please start the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for this happy opportunity. Greetings, everyone. Konnichiwa. And thanks for this happy opportunity. I come from IPB University and my name is Azahara Putri-Santi, but you can call me Wawa. So before I start my presentation, I will ask to you who in this room highly agree fulfillment of nutrition in the first 1,000 days of the life is really important. You can raise your hand if you agree with the statement. Yeah? Everyone in this room agree? Thank you so much. So my presentation related to the situation that I have stated earlier about nutrition. And the title is Strengthening Mindset and Skill for Pregnant Women in Effort to Reduce Stunting Through the Program Milestone. And my advisor is Dr. Insinyur Nareswara Nugroho, MS. So, my problem statement is about the stunting. Do you know, guys, stunting? Yeah, stunting is a condition, chronic growth failure caused by nutritional deficiency during the critical period of growth, which encompasses the first 1,000 days of life from pregnancy to the age of 2 years. Like in Indonesia, we have high value for the stunting, and in Indonesia we have high more than target of World Health Organization. In World Health Organization set the target stunting is more than 20%, but in Indonesia stunting is 23.8%. So it's a current situation in Indonesia. And this is the causes of stunting. Cases are still high in Indonesia. The first is about low knowledge, attitudes, and skills in meeting nutritional needs during women pregnancy. So it's because they have a low economic and then they have a low education, so they lack of knowledge. And the second is low healthy lifestyle of pregnant woman, because pregnant woman doesn't know how to have a lifestyle like healthy lifestyle. And the last but not least is the big problem in my program is so much pregnant women, they are still believe the myths that are circulating. Like, you know, pregnant women are prohibited from eating fish because it can cause fishy breast milk. But in the fact, pregnant women must eat fish because it can meet the needs of animal protein. So the challenges of my activity is how to change the mindset of the pregnant woman to eat the fish. So this is my activities. The first is the time I do this program from June until September in 2022, and then the location in Ciaruten, Udik Village, Cibung Bulang District, Bogor Regency in Indonesia. And the target is 23 people out of 60 pregnant women. So the name is my program is Milestone. Milestone is microgreens, lele, stunting one. Lele, it's mean catfish. So the first from the milestone program is the socialization. Socialization to introduce our program milestone to program targets and conducting pre-test to pregnant women. And the second is love method. So love methods, it's like educational and sharing session method regarding stunting, which is equipped with the 3B method. Is B1 is bertanya, bertanya is asking, and the second B is berpendapat, is argue, and the last B is bertindak, is X. So love method is acronym from learning optimal via educator. So we invite some educator from our to our program, and then the educator get give the pregnant woman some educate about stunting. So the third action is Budik Damber. Budik Damber is, you can see the picture is like this. So we have one bucket, and in the bucket we put fish, and in top of the basket we make microgreens for the harvesting. So you don't need to water the plants because the plants can get water from the bucket, and the water from the bucket high nutrition from the fish. So we make a budik damber with our pregnant woman, and our activity from the harvesting and then food processing and until the consumption. So this is the implication of or the result from this activity. We can increase knowledge, attitude, and skill of pregnant women in meeting nutritional needs during pregnancy. The first is stunting understanding. So this block is before the program. So, and the orange color is the after program. The knowledge of the pregnant woman is increased. And then the stunting factor. So pregnant woman in Bogor Regency has to know about stunting factor, and about the stunting prevention from this program milestone. And then you can see the figure 2. It's the danger and impact of stunting, and then care about stunting, and last stunting prevention effort. So my program focuses of increased knowledge and then attitudes and skills for pregnant women. It's we hope with the program pregnant women can have awareness to the pregnancy. And the figure 3 is like about budik damber, microgreens cultivation, and budik damber like fish farming in a bucket with catfish. So, and then we have done to dissemination the program, and we have collaboration with government, and then we make some like talk show national stunting talks milestone to dissemination our program as a national in Indonesia. And the second is we success to formation of new business for a woman in the village to produce fish and vegetable, and then they can sell the product to the market. And then this is the challenge and perspective for the milestone program. The first two challenge is changing the belief of pregnant women about the myth of eating fish during pregnancy. So the perspective is we hope this program can be implemented in all of place in Indonesia with collaboration pentahelix. We have a collaboration with community and then with the business, with the media, academician, and last but not least with the government. So in conclusion, Milestone, a program focuses on mindset and skill strengthening for pregnant women, can help reduce fainting rates, emphasize the importance of proper nutrition, hygiene, and healthcare during pregnancy, like you can see the picture. So the role of youth in creating innovation is needed to create a better change for the world. So guys, I call you to let's care about nutrition for the better future. And last but not least, acknowledgement. I want to say thank you for my partner in IPB University, Ditmawa and IPB Prestasi, and all of my team in a milestone program. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you, Ms. Wa, for your wonderful presentation. So this is it's a summit, not a science conference. So I will request all of you, now you can join the session with question and answer. You have 4 minutes. Be brief. Yeah. Any question? Yes.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I wanted to ask you one question. Is the program still running until now?
Okay, thank you so much for your question. So my program milestone, it's until now it's like running because we have a strategy to this one. Maybe the operator can show the share screen. Yes, because we use this pentahelix collaboration, so we have like integrate with community, like community service in the village, and then the business use the CSR to give the society to use some money from the corporate for the responsibility, and then the media to report of stunting in Indonesia, and then academician to research more about the program milestone, and last but not least, government to establish policies and regulation to support program milestone can be able to another place in Indonesia.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you so much.
Any question?
So hello, Azahra. That's a great presentation. So my name is Mama Alfaris Yulfendi. I'm from Malaysia. We are neighbors. So yeah, I have a question. You said that pregnant women has a lack of knowledge and don't like to eat fish. So how can you change the situation with your program? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. So honestly, the pregnant woman in this program, actually they don't like eat fish, but they have a miss because if they eat fish, so the breast milk gonna be fishy. So how we change the mindset of the pregnant woman with love method. Like I said before, love method is learning optimal via educator. So like culture in Indonesia, we really like how I can see, we really like sharing and doing anything together. And because pregnant woman meet the educator, so the educator have a interpersonal approach. So the pregnant woman have changed their mindset with love method and with a Buddhic number action, because they do with their self to make a feast and make a cook the fish, and then we try to eat the fish. So the belief for the breast milk fishy, it's gonna out.
Okay, thank you for the great elaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Actually, in my country also we have this problem for nutrition in pregnant women. My question is, sometimes men become a huge challenge in a family because they understand nothing about nutrition, right? How about including husbands or men in your future program so that they can learn also the whole process and the importance of nutrition to the pregnant women?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm really happy to know in your country have a same program. And for my program milestone, we focuses on the women. But maybe your question can trigger me to thinking more, how about a man program in the milestone program. So I think in milestone program, we don't have the program for the men, but after this, I can discuss with my friend and my lecturer how to engage men to have knowledge and awareness to the this topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input. Okay, from her research, we can see she has been able to tell us the problem of stunting can be tackled from the period of an expectant mother to a lactating when the mother is lactating. So your program is good and we wish you all the best. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. We can appreciate her again. So I would like to introduce the next presenter. She's from Tanzania, Miss Happiness Japhet Mwapina. She's going to tell us more about the influence of food security on dietary intake among toddlers in Kigoma municipality. Miss Happiness, you have 12 minutes to inform us about your study. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the introduction. My name is Happiness Japhet Mwapina. I am from Sokoine University of Agriculture in Tanzania. I am happy as my name to be part of this International Student Summit. My side topic is the influence of food security on dietary intake among toddlers in Kigoma municipality. I will start first by explaining the keywords in my study so that everyone can get to know these words, because as I go on, you'll find these words repeatedly. Okay. I will start by food security. Food security refers to the availability and accessibility of nutritious food to meet the dietary needs of people. On the issue of dietary intake simply is just daily meal pattern of the person. Malnutrition it can be deficient or excess in nutrient intake. And toddlers, who are the main topic in this study, are the children aged from 1 to 3 years. And why have I chosen these children? The first thing that interested me to do this research in this group is they are at the stage where they experience rapidly growth in both physical and cognitive development. Also, toddlers are curious and active, and they experiencing these exploratory behaviors to learn about everything around the world they are. Okay? In the part of my problem statement, there are different factors that can lead to food insecurity. From a certain reporter said that factors that can lead to food security are like lack of market access, which can help people from a certain area to get access to the foods which they want. Also, food production resources. You may need a certain food, but if you don't have food production resources, you cannot get that food. Also, poor infrastructure. Poor infrastructure facilitates food security, as even if in your place there is not enough food, you can import food from other areas and to meet dietary requirement. Also, poverty. Some people, they cannot afford what it's real recommended by the nutritional requirements of the age group because of poverty. According to the Tanzania Demographic Health Surveys and Malaria Indicator Survey of 2016, Kigoma is experiencing high rate of malnutrition, about 37.9% above the national level. Also, the same survey report that only 19% of the children aged from 6 to 23 months are capable of to meet the minimal dietary diversity. So, from this data, I saw the gap. There are a lot of researches that have been made to show the relationship between food security and dietary intake, but there is limited research in my context. Okay. During this study, I conducted data collection, whereby my data collection was conducted in a certain ward called Bangwe ward. I selected 100 mothers and caregivers of the toddlers because I cannot ask a child aged from 1 to 3 years to tell me what he or she is daily consuming. So I was asking the mothers, or if not the mother, the caregiver of a particular child. And this okay, that one is my questionnaire. You can see it. And my questionnaire consisted of demographic characteristics, whereby I was asking the daily, I was asking the occupation of the parents, also their income per month. Also, my questionnaire consisted of dietary intake of children. Here I was asking the number of meals which their children are consuming. Are they consuming maybe snacks sometimes? Or from the breakfast to the dinner, what type of food are they consuming daily? Also, I was assessing food security by using households food insecurity access scale from food and nutrition technical assistant. Also, after there, I conducted data analysis by using SPSS software version 20. And the results are as follows. The results reveal that among those 100 parents, only 2% of the parents were food secured, and only 1% of among those 100 parents were severe food insecure. But about 76% of the households were experiencing moderate food insecurity. You may ask yourself, what is moderate food insecurity? Moderate food insecurity refers to the condition whereby a household or a person is experiencing uncertainty in obtaining adequate food due to lack of resources or income, followed by 21%, which was mild food insecure. This is not like moderate food insecure. This one, a person may eat maybe something which is not of his or her preference, but without disrupting his or her hunger needs. Also, I got the results from dietary intake of the children. This shows a huge percent of the toddlers were consuming about 72 meals. About 72% of the toddlers were consuming 3 meals per day, which is similar to other family members. Also, only 13% of the toddlers were consuming 2 meals per day, and about 15% of the toddlers were consuming more than 3 meals per day. I wanted to know also, what are they really consume from morning to the evening? And these are their dietary patterns. From a huge percent of the toddlers at morning, they were consuming porridge, and their parents were not concerning if that porridge is nutritional or not. They just sometimes made porridge of maize flour without mixing with other nutrients, which are essential for this age group. And during the lunchtime, many toddlers were consuming, in Africa we call it ugali, which is made up of maize flour sometimes, or cassava with boiled water. This one, I can show you this one. Also, during the dinner, about 54% of the toddlers were consuming rice and stew, and only 46% of the toddlers were consuming other foods like potato and banana. This implies that low household income, which is due to the low income earned by their parents, this makes the toddlers to eat less animal source foods like meat and milk, less fruits and vegetables, on which this group is experiencing a rapidly growth. They need a maximum amount of nutrients for their better growth, and protein is very important because it helps in growth. But in this specific area, children were facing this problem. Majority of them were not consuming animal source foods frequently. So this can lead to malnutrition. As you saw in my first slide, Kigoma is experiencing a high rate of malnutrition. What are the challenges and perspectives that I faced during my study? The first challenge was literacy rate and the general reception of the community member. From the area, according to the demographic data that I was collecting there, a lot of the parents from that area are non-educated, and those who are educated are not maybe have studied until maybe colleges or universities. So they don't have, and a lot of the parents, they don't have knowledge on what is required to provide for their children. Also, the general reception of the community member, sometimes other members thought that I'm going to give them a certain amount of money while I was just asking data from them. And due to limited time and funding, it is difficult to do interventions because in our university, we conduct a research during the final year. So you may find you have a lot of university schedules, and at the same time, you're supposed to do your research. Also, if, in my perspectives, if there could be enough time and fund, I had the idea of doing BCC, which is Behavioral Change Communication, which is, its aim is to provide education to the particular group to adapt a certain positive behavior. And not only that, it helps to promote an appropriate environment that may help those people to cope to that a particular behavior. Conclusion, my study is My study is related to the ISS theme because it aims to promote achieving sustainability and food crop diversification. Also, increasing dietary diversity that may help those toddlers to eat balanced diet for their well-being. Last but not least, I would like to acknowledge my university, Sokoine University of Agriculture, for the nomination. Also, my sincere gratitude goes to my supervisor, Dr. Safine Simsolo, also to my beloved mom. Thank you all. Asante sana.
Thank you very much for your inspiring presentation, Happiness. Now we'll have Q&A session. If you have any questions or comments, please raise your hand.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Happiness. My name is Gladness, and listening to your presentation, since it is a low, it's not exactly a question, like, since it's like a low-income society, and this leads to malnutrition of the children, I was thinking of possible solutions as you were going, and I was thinking about training them to like plant vegetables like greens and carrots that could help improve the nutrition of the kids, because telling them to go out and buy and improve the diets is not really an option. And then you mentioned your idea of a BCC program. Can you tell us more about how that program would work? You mentioned something about teaching them and training them how to upkeep those better habits. Can you please tell us more about that?
Okay, thank you, Gladness, for the good question. When I talk about BCC, it is behavioral change communication. So, the aim of BCC is to provide education to a particular group, targeted group, about a certain eating habits. For example, for me, I could do it for the mothers because they are the ones who are preparing foods, and the fathers of those children who are the buyers of those foods, on what is required for their children. Also, BCC, it provides education, and it helps to promote appropriate environment that may enhance those people whom are targeted to have appropriate environment that may help them to cope with a certain particular behavior. Since this community is low-income community, and there is a lot of things to do that may improve their income, so maybe if I could have money, I could provide fund to these mothers to plant maybe vegetables or to conduct other small businesses that may help them to improve the dietary intake of their toddlers. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Happiness, for the very nice presentation. Can you please put on slide number 6? So I would think, because most of the households have 3 meals a day or even more, and most of them also twice, so I would consider them to be secured. So can you shed more insight on that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will explain. As a huge percent of the households were experiencing moderate household food security, this means that they can afford those 3 meals, but are they in the quality that is supposed to be given to the children? And the other fact is, a child, you know, these toddlers are very young. They are from 1 to 3 years. So 3 meals per day for them is not enough. It is recommended at least they could have these 3 main meals per day and strong health snacks twice or more than twice per day, because they play a lot and their metabolic rate is higher than us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, any other questions or comments? Okay. The prevalence of child malnutrition is a global concern, and Tanzania is no exception. Key discussions should be focused on the need to understand the relationship between food security and nutritional outcomes. Thank you, Happiness. Our third presenter is Amanda Jemawera from the University of Paradenia, Sri Lanka. Education and food nutrition are closely linked, and this is especially true in developing countries. Have you ever heard of food banks in learning institutions? Miss Amanda, the stage is yours. Please tell us more about your program.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So, good evening, everybody. Let me tell you the story of Foodpal. So, I'm Amada Janmavira from the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. And my research project reads as assessing the requirements for establishing a sustainable food bank in an underprivileged school in Sri Lanka. So, moving on. Let me tell you why I chose this topic specifically. So some of you may know and some of you may not know that Sri Lanka is facing the worst economic crisis that it has faced in its history at the moment. So as a result, as the UNICEF Sri Lanka Humanitarian Situation Report states, that an estimated amount of 6.2 million people in the country are acute food insecure, and also around 66,000 people are severely acute food insecure. And along with the crisis came inflation, and because of inflation, the food prices in the country almost doubled, and therefore the households have to spend around 75% of their income to purchase food, so they have very little to spend for health and education. So because of all these issues, we see that the children are not able to access nutritious food in the country, and especially this is very severe among the underprivileged community. And as a result, there has been a considerable drop in the school attendance. That's actually the main observation that inspired myself to learn more about this problem. So after identifying the problem, some of the schools in the country actually started providing meals, basically the lunch to students, but it's not actually doable in all schools due to practical reasons, such as insufficient funds and lack of external assistance. So moving on, analyzing all these issues and observations, I formulated that these are going to be the project objectives of mine. So first is to initiate a food bank based in an underprivileged school in Sri Lanka, and then to propose an initiative to connect donors and beneficiaries together, and at last to sustain this whole network. So that would be the objective of this project. And as the first activity, we actually have to find where is the underprivileged community or who need help. And for that, I first approached the Zonal Education Office, Kandy. So Kandy is where my university is located, and it's where this project took place. So I first approached the Zonal Education Office, Kandy, and under the guidance of the planning director, we kind of shortlisted 3 schools which belong to the type 2, type 3 and special education schools in Sri Lanka. And then, those 3 schools had a certain level of food insecurity. And then I conducted extended interviews with the principals of these 3 schools to identify, what is the level of food insecurity that they have, because I had to finalize a single beneficiary. And after finalizing a single target market, then I conducted interviews with the academic staff of the school to actually estimate what kind of a weekly food requirement do they have. And yes, so that's how we found the place and the food requirement. And after that, so now we know what is the requirement, and there has to be somebody who is going to provide for that. So I had to search for the donors, or the potential donors at least. So to do that, first, I did a desk research to identify who are the potential donors in a closer vicinity to the Kandy area. And then I approached them, had a one-to-one conversation to assess their capacity and also their willingness. So by now, I've understood what is the target group and also who are the donors. But I had to find a way how I'm going to connect those two. And that's how the FoodPal initiative came into place. So the FoodPal initiative, it basically tries to negotiate with the donors based on the requirement of the beneficiary. And then if the donor is willing and has the capacity to collaborate, then the FoodPal initiative will connect that particular donor to the beneficiary. So yeah, moving on with the results. So Senkatagala Deaf and Blind School is the target group that we finalized. And because I told you before that we finalized, shortlisted 3 schools. So out of these 3 schools, Senkatagala Deaf and Blind School had no any external assistance in terms of food provision or any other donation. And they had around 77 students. And also, this is the only school in Kandy district which caters to the requirements, the studying of differently able students in the area. So that was kind of special. And then we estimated the weekly food requirement, and we decided that we are going to provide them lunch for all 5 schooling days for all the 77 students in the school. So after that, yes, we approached the donors. In total, we approached 33 donors, and those 33 donors were from hotel industry, like around 50% from hotel industry, 6% from conglomerates, 6% from supermarkets, 26% from religious institutes, and the rest of the 12% from community service groups. And to summarize their response, so this was the response that we got. So as you can see, around 4 entities, they directly rejected the proposal because their interest didn't match with ours. And around 16 entities were interested, especially the community service groups. They were really interested in the project, but they had no capacity to fund us because they had their own projects going on at the moment. And also, most of the times the hotels, and in total around 12 entities, potential donors were interested, but their decision was not finalized during the project timeline. And after all, we were able to raise 1 long-term partner. And to talk a little bit more about the current partner, that is the Temple of Tooth Relic. I don't know whether you've heard of it or not, but this is a very significant landmark in Sri Lanka. I would say a renowned religious institute in the Kandy area. And it provides lunch for all the students once in every week, covering 1/5 of the total estimated requirement. So I would like to talk a little bit about the challenges, because we approached 33 entities, potential donors, and we identified that although they had the capacity to collaborate, they did not actually want to. And then we identified these reasons, actually the challenges that we had to face. So FoodPal is a very naive initiative. It's new, and it's at its inception stage. So we are not in a stable position to cater to the specific deliverables that they're asking for, just like promotion opportunities. And also the donors are, sometimes they are reluctant to disclose their actual information to us, which makes it harder for us to assess their capacity and willingness. And also on the other hand, it was challenging for myself to carry out the project and the studies at the same time, which prompted for the need of volunteers. So having understood the challenges, it was quite clear that if we are to expand the initiative and meet our targets, we have to expand the capacity of the initiative. And this is the future that we foresee for the FoodPal initiative. So first, we are planning to build a social media image or a brand image for FoodPal initiative through extended social media campaigns. And also we are planning to partner up with an existing university student society to fulfill the HR requirement of the initiative, and also to make sure that the initiative is sustainable in the long run. We are planning to transfer the ownership of the initiative to the student society that we partner up with. So, the involvement of the founder is not necessarily needed for the functioning of the initiative in the long run. Yes, and this is how this project specifically relates to the ISS Theme 2023. We mainly tries to provide a standard set of recommendations to community service groups, and also we try to achieve sustainability by introducing a standard model connecting the places with the food requirement and the places which can provide to fulfill the requirement, while focusing on regional food security, health, and reducing food-related wastage. So, at last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge all these amazing personalities and also the entities, especially my advisor, Senior Professor, Professor Sarat Korituakku, the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, and also the Zonal Education Office, Kandy, all my seniors and friends, and also the administrative staff of the faculty for their great support throughout the project. So that's pretty much about FoodPal. So if you have any questions, you can ask me, and thank you very much for listening as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amanda, for your good presentation. So if you know you throw food, there's somewhere around the world a child is not receiving quality education due to lack of food. So thank you for your initiative. I shift the session to a question and answer forum. You have 4 minutes. Anyone with a question? Yes, or any input to her research? Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Amanda, for the very great presentation. World hunger is a very global challenge, and thank you for the initiative that you're taking. So I have 2 questions for you. So one of them is, when you envision the future for FoodPal, like what exactly do you see? And do you see it expanding outside of Sri Lanka?
Okay, thank you very much for that great question. So yes, that's actually a great future that we can foresee. But at the moment, I'm just focusing on making FoodPal as a local brand, developing it as a local brand, and cater to the requirement within Sri Lanka, because certain communities in Sri Lanka are really in need. And also, in Sri Lanka, we believe that if you have access to education, maybe a lot of problems of yours can be solved. So in Sri Lanka, we provide free education. And so if somehow we can attract students to the school, that's what we want to do. Attract students by somehow to the school, so that in the school, they will study and they will develop their skills and knowledge. So for the moment, it's going to be a local initiative, but let's see what would happen in the future. Yeah.
Good luck. I believe in you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Any other question? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the very interesting presentation, and I learned some new things about Sri Lanka. So, with your aims, like your new tactics, like on how to secure more donors, like engaging social media and the other ones you mentioned. If you get more than enough, because right now you have not succeeded in even feeding the one school, like for the whole week. If you get more donors than you expected, what other communities or who else will you be targeting with FoodPal?
Okay, thank you very much for that question once again. So basically, how we are going to sustain the system is first we choose a school and we assess its requirement and we fulfill its requirement, then we move to another school. So that's how we do it. So during the project period, we make sure that we kind of teach the school staff or the school itself to sustain by themselves, and then we kind of let them work independently. And we are just trying to make sure that they are able to sustain the system without our help. Then we move to another new school. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, as you think for the question, I can also ask, may I? Okay, who is responsible for the food safety? Like the food you take to the kids in school, who is responsible for the safety of what they consume? Like, yeah.
Yes, sure. That's a good question, actually. So at the moment, so we have come into a common understanding with our partner that they are actually ensuring the food safety. But we know that in the long run, when we are going for several partners, we have to make sure that the food which arrives at the school is safe to be shared. So we are looking forward for discussions with the officers related to health and food safety in Sri Lanka, and trying to build a connection between those officers and the initiative. So in that way, I believe that we would be able to sustain, yes.
Well answered. So any other question, one more clarification or comment from the audience? Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amanda and the University of Peradeniya to launching this project. So I have one suggestion. So you want to go through the social media. So I think that, I don't know whether you know that there are some Facebook pages like Sinhala Paribogika Sansadaya, like some kind of pages. So I think that I have seen several kind of, they posted about the donations, and there are so many people who like to donate. Then you can go for selectively to find someone. So I think maybe that also, as well for the university student societies, because in University of Para there is plenty of societies, so not even in our faculty, any other faculties as well. So I think you can go for more faster. So I want to say good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. That's actually a really good one. Yeah, we'll be looking forward for that, yes.
Okay, thank you all the audience for your input. And I can tell you the last goal of SDG is partnership. It's about partnership. So I can tell you, like, when there is hunger, there is no quality education. Goal number one and goal number 6, they must be combined. So, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate Ms. Amanda again. Okay, lastly but not least, we are going to Ms. Leah from Taiwan, who is going to present to us about plant-based meat. So, Ms. Leah, the stage is yours. You have 12 minutes. to inform us about your initiative. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lia Zhu from National Zhongxing University, Taiwan. And the topic I would like to share today is the analysis of consumer purchase intention and sensory acceptance of plant-based meat, the example of NCHU student. So first of all, I would like to share about why I choose this topic. Due to the rising global population, we will reach 9.8 billion people in 2050. At the same time, according to the FAO, the global meat consumption will increase to 600 million tons. As we know, livestock production plays an important role in global warming. It is estimated to be responsible for 14.5% of the greenhouse gas emission. Consider about the severe climate change happens in recent years and the decreasing of natural resource. The important question that we need to think about is, how do we reach the high demand with a sustainable way? A possible solution might be plant-based meat. It's a meat substitute made from plant-based ingredients like soy protein, using new food processing technique to imitate the texture and taste of meat, offering a sensory experience and nutrition value that is similar to conventional meat. According to the previous research, comparing the production process of making a plant-based meat and plant-based meat burger and a beef burger, plant-based meat burger produce 90% less greenhouse gas emission, consume 46% less energy, 99% less water, and use 93% less land. It is important to those countries that lack of land for animal boundary like Taiwan and Singapore. For the nutrition part, plant-based meat can offer similar protein content, but contain lower fat, zero cholesterol, and no use of hormones and antibiotics. The other benefit of consuming plant-based meat is animal welfare, as our friend Bao An present this morning. By replacing some part of your meat consumption by plant-based meat, we can reduce animal suffering on factory farms around the world. However, plant-based meat are not well promoted in Taiwan yet. It is because people are not familiar with this kind of new product and also because of the high price. So, in order to better promote plant-based meat, it is necessary to understand Taiwan consumers' opinions. According to previous research, younger people with higher education are most likely to purchase plant-based meat products. Thus, in this study, we recruit students from National Zhongxing University, which is my school, as participants. By knowing the target consumers' purchase intention and willingness to pay, we can make better marketing strategy and set an acceptable price. So consider about not everyone have tried this kind of product before. Asking their opinion depends on imagination would be unreliable. So in the experience, we offer a sample and introduction for plant-based meat, explaining what does plant-based meat made from and what is the benefit of it, to make sure that all the participants know what plant-based meat is and what does it taste like. For the sample, previous study usually done by America and European country, so they mainly use hamburger or meatball as sample. But in this study, consider about the difference of Asian food culture. I choose plant-based meat dumpling as sample. The sensory evaluation and survey were completed on March 23 this year. We totally collect 113 respondents undertaken by SurveyMonkey. The respondents age mainly range from 19 to 24. All of the participants are omnivores. It means that the results in this study do not represent the vegetarian population in Taiwan. In the survey, we offer a base price which is 70 NTD for 10 conventional meat dumpling, asking respondents, would you buy it or not, and how much would you pay more than this price for the plant-based meat dumpling. The results showed that around 80% of participants are willing to buy this product. Over 50% of participants are willing to pay a price premium. About how much would they actually want to pay is 7.24% price premium. This result can offer a plant-based meat company as reference to set a suitable price. For the reason of changing dietary habits, health benefit is a primary reason. About 60% of participants vote for this. And around 38% vote for environmental sustainability as reason. For animal friendly, despite this group have the highest willingness to pay, only 17% people vote for this reason. Among other reasons, only 11% of people do not want to change their dietary habit. It means that young generation in Taiwan are quite open-minded. This also suggests that health benefit is the significant factor in attracting young consumers to purchase plant-based meat products. For the challenge and perspective, although in previous study, plant-based meat is shown to be more eco-friendly than conventional meat, but for those countries who doesn't produce enough soybeans and rely on import like Taiwan, it might be an issue for causing high carbon footprint. On the other hand, some people regard plant-based meat as a high processing food. So remember, we just talked about health benefit is the most attractive reason for young generation to change their dietary habits. How is it going to affect consumers' health perception? It still needs further research. In conclusion, finding local ingredients and produce it domestically and hence health benefits should be the future research direction for plant-based meat. By involving the young generation in Taiwan, this study intends to enhance students' attention on their food diet, being more conscious about how they choose their food will affect themselves and the environment. At the same time, it is hoped that by the influence of the younger generation, we can promote a diverse and sustainable diet trend. So thank you for your attention. If you have any question or idea about plant-based meat, feel free to connect me by email. I'm looking forward to discuss with you. Thank you so much. 谢谢.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation, Leah. So now we'll welcome any comments or ideas or questions from the audience. Okay, so I would like to ask how to fulfill the nutrient, like minerals and stuff, that are lack in plant-based meat.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think for the nutrition part, Because when you look at the nutrition factor compared to conventional meats and plant-based meat, for the protein, the content is actually similar. But if it comes to some micronutrient or mineral, actually, if you don't add extra nutrition or mineral, I think plant-based meat will lack of that part of nutrition. So some experts suggest that plant-based meat should be regarded as sensory meat substitution rather than nutrition substitution. But in my opinion, I will recommend you just replace it partly, not all of the meat replaced by plant-based meat, because I think eating should be enjoyable. Yes, so because eating meat is happy, so we cannot take that part off. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So any other questions or comments? We'll welcome. Lady in the back.
Thank you for a great presentation, Riyatu-san. I have one question to you. What opportunity did you why to interested in plant-based? So you write in this abstract so detailed, but I want to this question for your voice,
Do you mean my motivation to choose this
Yes.
topic? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. I think my motivation is I saw that plant-based meat is a really big trend in America. Like we can see Beyond Meat or Impossible Meat. I think I forgot the name, but they are really expensive than the normal meat. And I just keep wondering, is it really helpful for the environment? Is it really helpful for human, or is just a trend or marketing thing on social media? I want to know how the consumer think about it. And the most important thing is after people may buy it because of curiosity, but after they actually taste this kind of product, would they buy again? And how much would they actually pay for that? I'm really curious about this thing. The other part is I think Asians have a really different food culture because Chinese or Japan, even like Indonesia, we have many kind of protein substitution from the ancient time. We have tofu, we have tempeh, we have natto, and with all this kind of things we already have, would Asian people choose plant-based meat or not? I'm curious about this question, so that's why I did this survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hi, I'm Baoing or Susan, and I'm a friend of Leah. So when I knew about what she was gonna do about her topic, I told her that I can see us working together in the future. Because I care about animal and she's planning to do plant-based meat. So my question here is, okay, you have conducted the surveys. Do you have any prospect about what you are going to do after that to promote plant-based meat?
Okay, thank you. I'm actually thinking about that because as we can tell from this result, nowadays young people care about health benefit. Maybe they care health more than the environment. So I think in order to promote this kind of product, we can not only focus on the benefit for the environment, because I think, as you can see, the advertisement for plant-based meat, they mainly talk about buying these things is good for Earth. But I think this is not attractive enough for the young generation. So my next research, I think I want to know about what concept would be, what kind of health benefit would be attract to young consumer. For example, if they have higher protein than conventional meat, or lower calories than conventional meat, or higher nutrition density, or higher mineral, something like that. I'm curious about what ingredient, what concept young generation will regard it as health benefit. That's the thing I want to know next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so thank you again, and please give a round of applause to Ria. So the world population is expected to grow exponentially by 2050, and thus food demand is expected to increase linearly. This means that we'll need to find alternative food sources. Plant-based meat, PBM, is one of those reliable food sources to achieve food sustainability. So let's move on to general conclusion. Let's give one more round of applause for presenters for their encouraging presentations. To our audience, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for making this session engageful.
Okay, many are times in developing countries we are told, with the young generation, we are the leaders of tomorrow, but take it to the bank, we are the leaders of today. Iron sharpens iron. This is a summit, learn from the other. A narrative was told in the 18th century that an apple a day will always keep the doctor away. But that apple also fell on Isaac Newton's head. Let me tell you, Isaac Newton didn't eat the apple. He went ahead to discover the universal law of gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, we should not think how, we should go and think why. Thank you.
Yes, so to all presenters of this summit, pay attention to the process. Day by day, you may feel nothing has been improved, but when you look back, everything is different. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dream. My name is Nozomi Nakajima.
I am Mwangi Kamita.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's last discussion session. My name is Gladness Kishe, a graduate student at NODAI and the chairperson of Group D on the theme of environment. I'm with my fellow chairperson. He will introduce himself.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hiroki Sato. I am the co-chairperson for Group D. I am also a general chairperson and the tech support for this ISS event. Nice to meet you all, and thank you for coming.
So our group will have 5 presenters from 5 different countries. We have Shelo from the Philippines, Pyongdo from Thailand, Sotea from Cambodia, and Jason from Canada. There will be a brief question and answer session at the end of each presentation. I would like to request you all to please put your phone on silent mode as I welcome the first presenter. So our first presenter will be Shelo Monares from the University of Philippines, Los Banos in the Philippines. Shelo is a 4th-year student undertaking a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry. She brings a chemistry perspective to the agricultural and environmental problems facing her society. Her presentation is titled Understanding Microplastic Pollution in Soils in Laguna, Philippines, Current Status and Perspectives. Welcome, Shelo.
Thank you so much, Gladness, for your kind introduction. To everyone in this hall and to everyone watching in YouTube live stream, good afternoon. I'm once again Shelo Monares from the Philippines, an undergraduate student from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. And as a student, I am very passionate about involving myself in activities or causes that work towards environmental conservation and education. And as I start our group session for today, I will be talking about one of the most pressing issues globally that have been existing for decades long. So to start, plastic pollution, I know this is not a new concept at all for us. We're literally clothed, protected, and transported by these complex polymer chains. And we know we have gained substantial information that this has been a globally pressing problem that has been existing for decades long. So plastics, we know that plastics are widely used because of their range of desirable properties. But the problem comes with the linear economy. The problem arises with the linear economy of its use, or what we call single-use plastics. And with the demand and supply of plastics not decreasing anytime soon, it would be difficult to implement effective waste management strategies. So with the uncontrollable production and consumption of plastics worldwide, we are definitely facing a crisis or a very big problem with plastic control. And the numbers do not lie, as we can see from the data from World Bank. 8 million tons of plastic waste escape into the oceans from coastal nations, and as a country, we are one of the biggest contributor of marine plastic worldwide with 2.7 million tons. That amount of ocean plastic is the amount of plastic we produce every year. Now, the problem even becomes more and more complicated or challenging when these plastics break down into even smaller and smaller fragments called microplastics through various physical, biological, or chemical processes. So microplastics, they are plastic debris that are less than 5 millimeter in diameter and are classified into 2 types depending on how they are generated. Primary microplastics, or those that are byproducts from industrial applications, or the secondary microplastics, which is a result from the breakdown of larger plastic. Now, this is an emerging pollutant that is a cause of great concern, primarily because of its small size, so it has a greater potential for bioavailability, allowing them to reach a wider range of organisms in the environment and potentially can penetrate into them as well. And it has also the ability to interact with heavy metals and persistent organic pollutants, which cites health and safety concerns as well. So we see how alarming the threats of microplastics that microplastics bring to the environment and also to humans. But the unfortunate news is that microplastics are already everywhere. So whether it be in the air, terrestrial, or any ecosystem. So now again, it has been long identified as a problem that should be highlighted, but there have been extensive research towards it, but most are concentrated towards the marine environment and biology. And as we can see from this data, only 3.8% account for studies in soils. So basically, it's still in its premature stages, even on a global context. And maximizing resources online, you can only see a few of global microplastic studies compared in soils compared to other environmental matrices. Now, why must be concerned? It's because in the Philippines, our agricultural sector is one of the major driving forces towards national economic development and poverty reduction, with 9% contributing to the gross domestic product, and 24% of our land area are used for agricultural activities. Now, bringing this into a local context, we can see here, this is a map of Laguna Province. Province located in the southeast of Manila and Laguna de Bay in the Philippines. It's located in Calabarzon region, which is also one of the regions that significantly contribute to the country's agricultural output. So, due to its fertile land and suitable climate, it has also been a home for a diverse number of agricultural crops. And Laguna Province is also home to numerous national and international research institutions, including the Philippine Rice Research Institute and the International Rice Research Institute in Los Baños. And for several decades, it's been a research hub for numerous global and local scholars, particularly in the field of agriculture. So, to address the objective, which is to understand the extent of microplastic pollution, the methodology follows the microplastic analysis. However, due to time constraints and resources, the method was limited to gathering the preliminary data and treatment, while the characterization part, which determines which types of polymers occur, is still under development and will be completed in the following months. So what we know from our results, or what our results implies, is that data is still insufficient to truly assess the extent of microplastic pollution in soils in the area. And for future perspectives, it's definitely going to be where we are supposed to be from where we are right now, which is in having a deeper understanding and completing the whole process of microplastic analysis. And for future opportunities for research, it's able to obtain data on how these MPs directly affect the soil through their physical-chemical parameters and assess the soil quality as well. So how is this in relation to this theme's International Student Summit, which is towards achieving sustainability and food security and health? In relation to that, it would help achieve sustainability in those both concepts because it encompasses different actions such as on sustainable ecosystems. We know that healthy ecosystems are needed for sustainable food production, and the disruption of MPs would affect the overall health of these ecosystems. So understanding microplastics would help us protect these ecosystems to maintain its productivity. Also, on public awareness and education, by having substantial information about the problem, we can empower individuals to make informed choices about their consumption that will drive towards more sustainable practices. Also, for waste management for a circular economy, as stated during the first part, so we can improve waste management systems and reduce plastic waste, which can prevent microplastics from entering in the environment and food chain. And better policies and regulation. So by knowing the distribution and sources of microplastics, we would be able to implement measures that would reduce microplastic pollution at its source so we can protect our food sources and public health in the long term. So to conclude, in conclusion, addressing microplastic pollution is a crucial aspect towards achieving food security and health, but we still have really a long way to go towards having a deeper understanding in their faith, sources, and effects in soils. So also individually, this is a call for us to not underestimate the magnitude of this potential global problem and call for more research to fulfill knowledge gaps. So with this, I'm giving back the microphone to Mr. Sato, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, Cello, thank you for your wonderful and enlightening presentation. Now we will take questions for 3 minutes. If anybody has questions, please raise your hand and the mic will be given to you.
So while we wait for the audience to think up a question, I have a question for you, Ms. Shallow. How long does it take for the plastic that maybe is thrown away irresponsibly, maybe like plastic bottles or plastic wrappers, how long does it take to decompose to become microplastic that could be a threat to the agriculture of the Philippines?
How long does plastics turn into microplastics? It really depends on various factors such as the size of plastics or which processes they undergo to break down. But I think the key point or the keynote here is that even if plastics break down into microplastics, or even if they break down into smaller and smaller pieces, they will still persist like the larger plastics. So they will still stay in the environment for a very long time too.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody else from the audience have any questions? Actually, if anybody doesn't have any questions, I actually have a question. If any microplastics were to get inside our body systems, will they linger on forever, or how will they be? How long will they be inside?
On the health effects of microplastics, it's quite a bit far from my scope, but as far as I know, because I have also been reading about the health effects of microplastics, I am truly not sure how much they linger on, but its penetration towards our systems, towards body systems, is that point is already of great concern.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Mine will be to ask you to emphasize, us as youths, what can we do given the information that you provided, the impact of microplastics to the environment? Other than awareness, what can we as youths do to get out of this menace?
Getting out of this plastic pollution crisis or microplastic pollution problem really has a long way to go. But I think, again, as student, it starts with awareness. But other than awareness, it's also driving. It also begins with ourselves as well. When we know that this problem is really persisting, so we must go towards we must go towards having more sustainable practices every day. So yes, it must start with us from the very first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that is now all the time we have for the Q&A. Thank you, Cello, and we will now move on to our next session. Okay. Our next presenter is Mr. Junya Kodama. Junya Kodama is a student from NODAI, but he could not make it today because there is a typhoon that hit Miyakojima, where he is currently staying and studying now. We have prepared a video for the audience, and we would like to show it to you. Unfortunately, because it's a video, we cannot do a Q&A, but I think he is watching the live stream. So if you have any comments, we will pick up the comments after all the presentations are done. Thank you.
Hi everyone, nice to meet you. My name is Junya Kodama from the Tokyo University of Agriculture. I'm taking this video from Miyako Island, a remote island in the south of Japan. This time, due to a typhoon, I could not go to Tokyo, so I'm sending you a video of my presentation. I've been staying on Miyako Island all this year to do research. This year, we have had a lot of extreme weather. There was almost no rain in May and June, and this typhoon's path is also very strange. I'm aware that the number of extreme weather events in the world is increasing year by year. We will suffer tremendous damage from extreme weather. My research, which I'm about to present, will lead to solutions for extreme weather. The title of my research is Using Igneous Rocks to Absorb Carbon Dioxide and Fertilize Farmland. The first supervisor is Professor Hidehiko Kikuno. 2 billion. What do you think these numbers are? This is the population of people expect to starve in 2050. In other words, in 2050, 1 out of 5 people in the world will starve. I want to end starvation from the world. This is my motivation for my research. So, how can we end starvation? In our project, we focus on 2 things. First, reduce carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The second is to increase crop production. To achieve this, farmland must be fertilized. However, it is difficult to create an ideal growing environment due to the extreme weather conditions associated with recent global warming. Therefore, our research team focused on yam and cassava. These are tolerant to extreme weather conditions. These crops are staple food in Africa, where starvation is expected to become more severe in the future. Now, let me introduce you to yam and cassava. This is yam. Yams are a family of potatoes, most of which are grown in Africa, which is rich in nutrition and can be harvested without complex farm equipment. This is cassava. Cassava are also a family of potatoes, native to Central and South America, but it's widely grown in Africa. If you only look at the potato part, you would think these are very similar. However, the stem and leaves are very different. Yam is vine, and cassava is a tree. Now, let's turn to the research background. As I explained earlier, to end starvation, we focus on 2 points: reduce carbon dioxide and increase crop production. Then, you will all think like this. I want to reduce carbon dioxide and fertilize farmland at the same time. We thought the same thing. This is because Dr. Bering presented that igneous rock absorb carbon dioxide in the process of weathering. Now, let me explain igneous rock. Igneous rock is magma that has cooled and solidified, contain high amounts of magnesium, silicon dioxide, iron, and calcium, which promote crop growth. Based on this previous research, we hypothesized the following. The first hypothesis is that by crushing igneous rocks into small pieces, carbon dioxide can be effectively absorbed. According to Dr. Belling, igneous rocks seem to absorb carbon dioxide in the process of weathering. However, the weathering of igneous rock in nature is extremely slow. So artificially crushed igneous rocks to increase surface area, or hypothesis is that increasing the surface area will accelerate the weathering of igneous rock, which would allow them to absorb carbon dioxide more effectively. The second hypothesis is that igneous rocks may be able to fertilize farmland. This is because igneous rocks contain the nutrients necessary for crop growth mentioned earlier. However, we do not know if crops can actually utilize these nutrients. We hypothesize that is possible. Therefore, the following are the objectives of our research. Establish a method of appealing igneous rocks that can absorb carbon dioxide and promote yam and cassava growth. Now, let me tell you about my research. I'm conducting my research on Miyako Island. Miyako Island is a remote island located in south of Japan with a subtropical oceanic climate that is warm year-round. In other words, Miyako Island is an ideal place to research African crops. Then, let me explain outline of my research. First, crush igneous rock to accelerate weathering. The crushed igneous rock powder is then applied to the farmland where the yam and cassava are grown. I'm doing pot test and field test. Here is the picture of my pot test, yam and cassava. In pot test, we examine the effective use of igneous rocks. For this purpose, we will look for the best condition by dividing the amount and type of igneous rock and soil in detail. Here is a picture of my field test, yam and cassava. In field test, we evaluate the effects of igneous rocks on crops and carbon dioxide under actual crop production conditions. This is my research schedule. Crops are planted at the end of May and harvested twice, once in July and once in November. This research began this year. Therefore, the results of the research are not yet completed. However, as it stands, there are some things that have been found out. Here is what we know and what we do not know. First, let me talk about what I found out in about 4 months of research. In positive side, currently, there is no evidence of poor crop growth due to the application of igneous rocks. Even if did not promote crop growth at all, this could be an advantage if the igneous rocks absorb carbon dioxide. In negative side, igneous rock used in this research are too fine. This caused igneous rocks to be blown by wind or separate from the water in the soil. Next, I'll talk about what we don't know. We don't know what the long-term effect of using igneous rock will be on crops and soil, and how much carbon dioxide will be absorbed by the igneous rock. I'll continue my research to make this technology sustainable. It must be tested not only this year, but also over several years. Regarding the negative aspect of the research, I have personally tried to think of way to improve it. We should consider way to accelerate weathering of igneous rocks, other than crushing igneous rocks into small pieces. I have two ideas for this. First, cause fine crack to expand the surface area. Second, gauge fine rock powder. I'd like to try this idea in next year's research. As I have told you many times, this is a large research and will require years of research. Next, let me tell you about my research prospect. Look at these maps. The light blue and purple area is where the igneous rock come from. For our research, both the ultramassive rocks shown in light blue and massive rocks shown in purple are used. Both are a member of igneous rock family. As you can see, igneous rocks are available in many parts of the world. This means technology using igneous rock can be introduced all over the world. Also, we can be applied to crops other than yam and cassava, such as maize, beans, and millet. If the method using igneous rock is established, countries will be able to use the igneous rocks around them as fertilizer. Then there are these benefits. No longer be dependent on impacts of chemical fertilizer and will no longer be subject to international conditions. By reducing greenhouse gas emissions, companies reduce their financial burden based on these emissions. Global warming will be prevented. I'll summarize the key points of this research and discuss its relevance to the theme of the ISS. The key points of research is global warming, fertilized farmland, increased crop production, sustainable agricultural methods. You will find that my research theme is in line with the ISS theme. If you continue to destroy the environment, 2 billion people will starve in 30 years. 1 in 5. It could be you or your loved ones who are starving. To have a great life in 2050, we must act now. So, what will you do? Here's the reference. I'd like to thank the foreign people. Thank you for your attention.
A warm thank you to Junior for his wonderful presentation. I hope he is watching us through the live stream. But since Junior is not here, we will skip over the question and answer session and move on to our next presenter. So our next presenter is Piang Chovitkan from Kasetsat University in Thailand. Piang Do is a third-year student studying veterinary technology and is actively working to solve the issue of water pollution in her country. I find her presentation very interesting. It is on the biodegradable krathong and water pollution in Thailand. Piang Do, you're welcome.
Thank you, Gladness. Good evening, everyone, both on-site and online. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this presentation today. And I am Piang Dao Shivitkan, and I am honored to be given the opportunity to share with you all my project, the biodegradable krathong and water pollution in Thailand. I hope that by the end of my presentation, you all will gain more understanding about the biodegradable krathong, and I'm looking forward to answering all the questions that you all may have at the end. Thank you. So let's start up a brief information about me. Again, my name is Piang Dao Shawitkan, and I'm from Thailand. สวัสดีค่ะ I'm from the เกษตรศาสตร์ and I'm currently being an undergraduate third-year student at the Faculty of the Veterinary Technology. So, the picture you all are seeing is the picture of the biodegradable krathong in the demo version that I have made. This krathong can reduce the waste that were disposed from the Loi Krathong Festival in Thailand during November to December. And it can also help with the depletion of the air level in the water resources. So these krathong are made from the freshwater hyacinth by collecting its fiber, like only its fiber. Then the special part is I added the special type of the bacterial organisms that can degrade cellulose. So it can be biodegrade by its own. By using this krathong, you can gain lots of benefits, such as you can decrease the water hyacinth and the waste that were disposed in the water resources. And second, you can have a clean water and sanitation. Clean water and sanitation will lead to the safe consumption for all human beings, and including animals. And the last one, you can have a good health. Going to the problem statements, we focus on two main problems. First is the krathong, and the second is the water hyacinth. Like the very first picture is the commonly used krathong that Thai people use for to pray for the goddess of the water. We call Pramẹ Kong Kha. And a krathong is a decorative floating basket that we float annually in November in Thailand. It can be made of various materials, such as a plastic, a paper, foam, or even a banana trunk. Thai people stitching them together by a paper stapler. And in November, many Thai people and foreigners come to Thailand to be one of the famous festival in Thailand. So, however, the krathong is the biggest problem during the end of the year due to a large number of krathong that are floated and long time for the materials to decompose. For plastic, it takes approximately 450 years to decompose, while foam doesn't biodegrade. So this can lead to the water pollution, and it can be even poisoning, particularly on human health, such as a respiratory to cancer diseases, or even a heavy metal exposure and a bacterial contamination. Move on to the water hyacinth problem. You can see from the fourth picture that it is very obviously that all of the water surfaces are all covered up with the water hyacinth, so the sunlight couldn't pass through, and all the aquatic plants and animals cannot have air and sunlight, so they cannot have the photosynthesis. So the excessive growth of the water hyacinth can pose a threat to the growth of other aquatic plants and animals, and it can even contribute to the depletion of the oxygen level in the water. So these two main problems is the problem that Thai people should take a big responsibility for, and we should take a lot concern of it. So here are my action to these challenges. I developed a natural biodegradable gratong using a fiber of the water hyacinth, and I added a specific type of the bacterial organism that can degrade cellulose. So I can guarantee that my project is 100% eco-friendly product because of all the decorations such as a flower, incenses, and a joss stick were all replaced by a color extraction from marigold, beetroot, and the fragrance. I add a fresh pandan juice instead. For all the method, it takes only 2 to 3 weeks to finish it. And moreover, my project has been showcased as a part of the environmental research under KURDI or CCSHAU Research and Development Institute, and it has showcased at the CCSHAU Fair in 2023. The picture below is an experimental result. I collect the sample of my gratong and I test it in the tube. It indicates that my prototype can start to decompose within 10 hours. With the complete degradation, it will be occurring within only 3 weeks. You all can see the big difference. Like I stated before, a plastic can take approximately 450 years to decompose, while my gratong takes only 3 weeks. And the last picture, my project is in the development stage with the third-year fisheries students, they're studying aquaculture and water ecosystem. This slide, I will state the implications of my project via the conceptual framework in the 3 dimensions of the sustainability. Let's go first with the community sustainability. Me and my team are planning to apply the gratong into the CCSHAU Fair on November to December this year, to be it recognized by many people, and hope it will be famous and popular. Move to the country's sustainability. My project also aligned with the BCG model. The BCG model is a new economic model that used to run business up in Thailand, especially for farmers. The BCG model have 3 dimensions of economy: bioeconomy, circular economy, and a green economy. For the bioeconomy, we use the existing sources in the country. And for circular economy, we focus on transforming the waste into products or innovative. And the last one, the green economy. The innovative should focus on solving environmental problems. You can see that my gratong have some connection with the BCG model. That means the water hyacinth by itself. And the last important part, my innovation also aligns with the SDG goals of the UN in 4 topics. First is about the good health and well-being. By using this product, people around community can have a clear water resources, and that is good for both mental health and physical health. Second, we can have clean water and sanitation because of the biodegradation time that occur within only 3 weeks, and all 100% natural materials, it won't be toxic to the water resources. And the third, sustainable communities. People can upgrade their standard of living by using this gratong because if they have a green spaces to live and a safe environment, they can increase their standard of living. And the fourth one of the life below water. We focus on protecting the water ecosystem mainly based on the pollution that are from the plastic waste. And we found out, according to my project, it indicates that the plastic waste can be reduced by using the gratong. And for the one who are concerned about the aquatic animals, don't be so concerned because the main substance of the gratong is the water hyacinth. So if fish or other aquatic animals consume it if it will be safe, because like it is their natural food, by the way. My innovation presents itself not only as a solution to reduce the water pollution, but it also as a sustainable development for the community by encouraging farmers to transform the water hyacinth into diverse products, such as the second picture, shock absorbing materials, and the last one is the animal waste absorbing pad. So my only challenges or obstacle is the equipment limitations. Nevertheless, my project has been interested by young entrepreneurs as in behalf of Thailand and KU startup, like they start to pitching, resulting in its advancement to the industrial sector. And the last one is how my project connect to the ISS theme this year. Since water is the key to food security, water is the lifeblood of the ecosystem by being an indispensable ingredient for crops and livestock. My biodegradable krathong lies in its aims to improve the quality of the water ecosystem. Before I go, I would like to say that if water is insecurity, that means food is insecurity either. Here are my references. And this is the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you for all of your attention. And I would like to thank you, my professor, Mr. Pira Ari Sisom, Ms. Supojana Jaransin, and Ms. Thamapron Pichitrasin for support me until this day. Thank you so much, and I'm ready to answer all of your questions.
Piano, thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was about a topic that we usually do not really think of because we do not know, but that was very interesting, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. Now we will take questions for 3 minutes. So if anybody has questions, please raise your hand.
Yeah, so thank you for your presentation. I want to ask a question with a PCG model. We're talking about water and life underwater. Why is this then green economy, not blue economy? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your interesting question. Like all green and blue economy are the economy that for like supporting the ecosystem. So whether it be blue or green, it's just like support and resulting in its advancement for the water. Like it is the same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we still have time for about 1 or 2 more questions, if anybody has some.
Hi, your presentation was wonderful. My question is, are people still able to make their thing very creative with using the biodegradable options? Are there still a lot of options for them to kind of customize it and make it as beautiful as they would like?
Thank you for your question. Like Thai people have many alternative ways to make the krathong. Like I said before, we even use the banana trunk, but like even the banana trunk is like the big particle, so it cannot like biodegrade in like a short time. So I suggest that if Thai people will like create more krathong, they should create like small particle that it can like biodegrade in like a month. Yeah, because like nowadays the krathong are very big and very large, so it can take a long time to decompose. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I believe we still have one more question time left. Does anybody have some?
I have a question, if you don't mind, Pyangdo. Can you tell us about the affordability or the cost effectiveness of the krathong since it is handmade? And I am curious to know, like, I think if something is handmade, if it is produced like in large quantities, its price would relatively increase. If it is cheap to begin with, I think the price would increase if it is handmade and it is made in large scale. What are your opinions on this, and what is like the cost effectiveness of the biodegradable karthong?
Thank you, Gladness, for your nice question. I have to state that this krathong costs very a little. Like in Thai baht, it costs like 10 to 20 Thai baht, and to like in yen, it's cost about 40 to 50 yen. Due to like I made this krathong by handmade, like it is like a more manual. It doesn't go to the industrial sector, so if I would sell it, the one that I'm collecting is like the price only of the replaced materials. Like for the all decorations, I replace like for the turmeric and marigold, like it has to buy from the market. So it will be collecting at only that point. But this only like non-profit. I think if like we want to produce much amount of the krathong, we have to put it in the industrial sector, and it can be like the cost can be more increase like whatever you want to, yeah. And to compete with the old krathong, it is much more less than the old one. Like the old one is about 200 baht, and the new krathong is only 20 baht. So I think it is like more worthy to use. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for all the questions. And that it will be end of Piando's presentation. So yeah, let's give her a round of applause. Okay, so our next presenter for our group is Vun Sodea. His presentation is about using two types of technology, GIS and remote sensing. They are used to analyze land use and land coverage. Take it away, Sodea.
Okay, well, thank you, Sato, for your warm introduction. Jumyusur and greeting, everyone. My name is Vun Sodea, and I am from Royal University of Agriculture in majoring of land management and land administration. Currently, I am a fourth-year student as well. So, on behalf of the Royal University of Agriculture, I am with great honor to be here that obtained the opportunity to share and present my research with all of you. And my research topics start with comparison of two scenarios for land use land cover change prediction to 2030 in Prasai Hanok municipality. But before starting my presentation, I would like to know how many people are aware of GIS and remote sensing. Please raise your hand if you are aware. Okay, perfect. So to those who are not aware or heard of it, it's your chance. Thank you and hope you enjoy it. So I am going to speak 5 different points for today. So let's jump to the first section. So the problem statement. So we are living in 2023 that our world is facing to various problems such as food crisis and climate change because people are over multiplied and the basic needs of people are also over multiply as well. So the agricultural land, the open space land, the public land are almost used and covered by the impervious surface because people tend to use it and replace it as the residential land. The agricultural land degradation, the loss of biodiversity system, and the urban heat island are now putting the risk to people's life. And you know, among of this problem, land use land cover change is one of the most concerning issues globally because people cause to plenty of negative impact on the earth and lead to the risk to biodiversity since its behavior expands to the habitat area, and when the land use land cover change aggregated globally, it turned into a massive problem that paid attention to the environmental problem. So here's the core factor that caused to land use land cover change in Brazil municipality that I have been listed down, as you can see down below. So the very first one is about the topographic. The second one is about the enhancement on road infrastructure. The third one is about the population increment. The fourth one is about the good economic, then the multiplication of local or foreign investment. So the foreign investment right here, I am going to focus only on the Chinese investment or Chinese investor. So please be kindly note. And last but not least is about the migration or mobility. So as being denoted is our problem, this research has been carrying out with two particular purposes. The very first one is to analyze the change on land use land cover in the past 20 years from 2000 to 2020 in Brazil municipality. And the second purpose is to predict way forward of land use land cover change in 2030 based on two different scenarios. The first scenario is a change or a development on land which is joined by Chinese investment or Chinese investor, or we can call it the foreign investment. And the second scenario is a change on land or a development on land which is not joined by the Chinese investment or Chinese investor. And as I have mentioned earlier, because this research is conducted in Brazil municipality, and this municipality is the largest coastal city of Cambodia, where it is formed by 4 different communes and laying down in the total area of land approximately to 85.68 square kilometers. So, as being right here, you may also want to ask, in order to do such this thing, such this research, how can we do it, right? So, the modern technology referred to the spatial technology has been addressing in this research. GIS, which is stand for the Geographic Information System, provide a powerful solution to detect the change on Earth. And by applying the overlaying technique between the land use land cover at the first period and at the second period, then we can know what is changed, what is lost, and what will be happen on the land in the future. So remote sensing, on the other hand, provide remotely data in a large area, such as satellite data or aerial photo. So by combining these two techniques together, I mean the GIS technology and the remote sensing technology, then we can analyze the change on land in a large area with the less of time consuming if we are comparing to the traditional method, I mean the land observation based human eye. So let's jump to the result. So the result right here, I am going to addressing in 2 particular types. The very first one is about the map. So if you are familiar with the map, it's really interesting and something that you have to capture. But if you are not familiar with the map, I have also present as a table as well. So the map at the left hand, this one. Yeah, this one. This is the projected land use land cover in 2030 based on scenario 1. So the land use land cover right here has been categorized with 4 different land use types. So the red one represents the impervious surface. And then this one represents as the water body. This one represents as the bare land. And this one represents as the green space, right? So please take a look between these 2 results. And this one right here is the projected land use land cover based on scenario 2 for 2030 as well, right? So you can see right here, because due to the time limitation, I am not going to demonstrate it one by one. So right here, I only want to focus on this one. So as you can see, in 2000, there's only about 7.33% of the land has been used as the impervious surface. And this number has been slightly changed up to 2016. You can see right here, there's only 13.84%. But in 2020, the use of land for the impervious surface has been changed to 36.34%. I just want to demonstrate for a little bit right here, because Brazil municipality has been experiencing the rapid change, maybe from 2015, but the most remarkable is from August or September 2018. That is why in 2020, this amount has been changed very and very different. So if we still letting this type of development happen, then the land use in Presayano municipality will be covered by the impervious surface, about 40.74% if it is following to the first scenario. On the other hand, if there is no participation from the Chinese investor or Chinese investment, foreign investment, so in 2030, the land will be covered only 19% by the impervious surface. And here you can see a huge difference between the foreign investment sector or factor in terms of the land development in this municipality. So right here, you may also want to ask, is there any challenges or problem maybe that I faced during my research, right? So I can say that there are many problems and obstacles that I have been faced. But right here, I just wanna focus on 3 things maybe. So the very first one is about the availability of high resolution satellite data. So in this research, the Landsat satellite data has been using. So Landsat satellite data is formed by 30 meter multiplied by 30 meter of cell site resolution. So the problem is, whenever we want to zoom clearly in order to see what is existing on the land, then we could not do it. Then how to do it? In order to overcome this limitation, then the high resolution satellite data is needed. But the fact, those high resolution satellite data are commercial, they're not free. And as a student, as a researcher, I don't have that much budget or money to support for the commercial. So I go for the Landsat one, right? So the second challenge is that I have been faced is about the absence of city planners or land managers. What do I mean by saying that? This research, again, is conducted based on site-based knowledge and scholar research only. So it simply means that there's no participation or integration from the stakeholders, the city planners and land managers. So whenever my result is out and I want to validate whether it is complying to the natural resources conservation concept or not, then I could not do it. Because we don't have their concept. We don't know which part of the land in Presayano municipality will be reserved for the specifically use of the land, right? And last but not least is about the time consuming. And I don't think this is the big deal for all of us, but for me personally, because my computer has the limitation on the speed. So whenever or during the processing, sometimes my laptop application shut down immediately, and I don't know how to solve it as well. So as I have been elucidated so far, we can come to a conclusion because, 22nd ISS this year, which is focused on the global agriculture and environmental innovation in achieving sustainability for food security and health. Thus, to enhance the sustainable development on land, the studying the change on land from the past up till now and be ready for the future is something very, very, and very vital that needs to be conducted. So, our finding provides significant insight for urban planners and land managers by providing them the different scenario about the land development, so that by following to scenario 1 or scenario 2, then they can have maybe like a consideration in between the land development and the land conservation, right? So this research is also contributed to the future challenges of land use land cover change as well. So we would know that the future challenges are complying to the SDG goal or not. For example, SDG 11, which is focusing on the sustainable city and community, and SDG 15, which is focusing on the life on land. So here's the reference that I have been cited from. If you are interested to this type of research, please go ahead and feel free to contact me at any time. And thank you for your attention. And I would like to hand it over to Mr. Sato for Q&A. Thank you. Sorry. My chairperson, Mrs. Gladness. I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's no problem. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Sothia. So Sothia has analyzed just how much the municipality in Cambodia has changed in the past 20 years. And he has also predicted the change that will happen by 2030 if there is increase in Chinese investment or if there is a stop in the Chinese investments in how they're investing in infrastructure in the municipality. So I would like to say that there are 3 minutes for questions to ask Sote about his presentation. If anyone has a question, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for the very wonderful and significant presentations. I'm Shun Takihara from the Tokyo NODAI. So yes, land use is very important to evaluate our activities and how to keep biodiversity and the natural resources. So I'd like to ask you questions. So how do you think how to keep our human activities and the investment for economic or development and keeping natural resources, because both of it is very important, but sometimes it's difficult to keep to balance with them. Thank you.
So let me try to answer your question. So thank you for your very interesting question. So if I am not wrong, your question is how to balancing between the land development and maybe to keeping the natural resources, right? Okay, so to answer this, I want to know from your perspective, like you want it to do it right now or for the future perspective?
I'm sorry, what do you mean? Future perspectives?
Yeah, I mean, to balance for the future, I mean, maybe 5 years later, 10 years later, or right now?
In the future, how to do sustainability.
Okay, so to solve this right now, we could not solve it. Why? Because it's already happened, right? So the best adoption or solution that we can do is maybe you have to form the strict regulation in between the land development and to keeping the natural resources. For example, this area, you should not turn it into the impervious surface, right? This is just for example. So the fact is, you have to form a strong regulation. So it's something that the government should have the full right to do this thing in order to balancing between the land development and natural resources protection or conservation. Do I got your question?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so maybe we have room for one more question.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Charlie from the Philippines. I'm currently here for a faculty mobility program here at Tokyo NODAI. And your presentation actually is very interesting, but there are many reasons why we have land use changes. And one of the reasons is because of the country policy when it comes to the entry of investors or the establishment of such buildings and the like. But it is also very good to share and to consider that it also depends on politicians or on the politics, the side of that. It's because sometimes we neglect the environmental or the negative effects of doing such businesses to that of the environment or the effects or the positive impacts of these resources in the environment. So it's already on the part of that country if they are willing to sacrifice the environment over the economy. So as a student, and if in case you will become a leader in the future, what would be your choice?
Okay, so the choice to keep balance between land development and keeping natural resources. This question is little hard, but I'll try my best to answer. Okay. So as a leader, you cannot stand on one perspective and look, okay, I want to keep this one as the as the green space, then we could not turn it into the impervious surface, for example. But the fact is we have to think what are the other benefits if we change this one into the impervious surface, for example. So if in the future I would be a leader who leads a country, maybe, I'm not sure, the best solution that I can provide to the land, maybe to the investor who are invested in the land, maybe I try to analyze, observe, detect the benefit in between what if I keep and what if I change. And to do this, I personally could not do it. There's such a huge problem that many people should integrate, not just only me. For example, economic people, dev investor, environmental protect agency, maybe something like that. I hope I get your question.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation and the wonderful answers, Soter. A warm round of applause for Soter one more time. We can save up all those toasty questions for the discussion time. We'll have time to ask any other pressing questions. But for now, I would like to welcome our last presenter for the day, Jason Pang from the University of British Columbia in Canada. Jason is a fourth-year student undertaking a Bachelor of Science in Global Resource Systems, and he has been involved in a number of projects seeking food security and environmentally sustainable ways of life among students. Today, Jason is going to share with us some of the projects he has undertaken, and his presentation is titled Evaluation of Sustainability Projects, focusing on food security and health at the University of British Columbia, Students' Union Alma Mater Society. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you so much, Gladness, and thank you all so much for coming. So one of my favorite memories of being in a university was I had the opportunity to work for my university's student union called Alma Mater Society. So what a student union means, it's pretty much a government, but at a university level. Similar here in Tokyo, you pay your taxes, you vote for your members of parliament. Our students do the same. We have students pay student fees, and our students elect a board of executives. These board of executives are responsible to hire student staff to be responsible for a variety of things like clubs, health and wellness, and sustainability. So for 2 years of my undergraduate degree, from May 2020 to April 2022, I worked for the Alma Mater Society, my student union, to focus on sustainability projects. Specifically, over the past 2 years during my time, I focused on 17 different sustainability projects, focusing around 6 different criteria, such as facility operations and business operations. But inspired by the ISS theme this year, today I'll only be sharing the 3 main projects that have to relate to this year's theme briefly with you all. If you're interested in learning more about these 17 other projects, feel free to scan that QR code, and I'll have a description of kind of the rest of the 17 projects that I worked on for the past 2 years. So the first project I'd like to share with everyone is a campus-wide container sharing program. So as we all know from the previous presentations, plastic pollution is a really big problem. And for my university specifically, every single year, a lot of disposable containers enter our landfill. Students go to restaurants, students go to cafeteria, and sometimes when they take out food, they always take out in single-use plastics. And it's actually costing my university a lot of money, estimated around $85,000 in Canadian every single year. And so as a student union, we hope to create a zero-waste future by creating a solution and a program where students can kind of reuse the containers, and also find a program where students can borrow a container, eat their meal, and return the container. So in order to convince the university to collaborate with us on this campus-wide initiative, we came up with a research question. What is the most important factor in increasing students' willingness to participate in a campus-wide container sharing program? And so for those who don't know what a container sharing program entails, a student will pay a $2 deposit for a carabiner clip, as you see here on the screen. A student can take this carabiner clip and go to any restaurant or any cafeteria and exchange this carabiner clip for a reusable container. Once they have the reusable container, after they finish their meal, they can take that container, bring it home, finish their meal, and do whatever they want with the container. When they're finished with the container, they can bring it back to any restaurant or cafeteria on campus, return that container, and receive a new carabiner so they can reuse in this program or receive their $2 deposit back. So again, everything is a circular economy where we're inviting students to borrow the container, but also return the container for incentives as well. And so for us to create confidence, we created the survey to survey students if this program would be something that they'd be interested in, and if they see any concerns with this program. And so we collaborated with the Psychology 421 class to conduct a study, and we had 188 responses. But after filtering out all the responses, only 169 data points were used. And so we found out that hygiene was a really big concern for students regarding this program. This survey was done during the COVID-19 pandemic, so students were concerned with possible cross-contaminations of using a reusable container with other students who might have contacted COVID-19. And so because of a large amount of students actually it being the highest data points of a concern, we actually were not giving confidence to bring this program to pitch to the university because we still had a lot of concerns with COVID-19. So because of that, the project implementation for this project is postponed, but hopefully this year and continuing years, a new generation of student leaders can pick up this project and kind of consider the hygiene concerns and other concerns that were listed through the survey that was conducted for the specific program. So the second project I'd like to share with everyone is Soap Stand. This was a program that I personally worked a lot on, and it's a zero waste refill station. And so this program was inspired from me when I had a conversation with one of my peers. So the red boxes you see, this map is of my university. It's a beautiful university if you ever get to visit. But a lot of the student residents and where the students live are kind of in these main residential areas in this red box. However, it's a really big problem for students to buy soap on campus because the nearest grocery store where they can buy soap is kind of on the bottom right on the screen, and that's the nearest grocery store around 2 kilometers away. And also, we've done a study as well where prices at this specific grocery store compared to other grocery stores off campus, the prices were actually inflated by 1.4%. So it's more expensive for students to buy soap or any daily hygiene products at this specific grocery store compared to other grocery stores across Vancouver. And in addition to that, we all know plastic pollution is also really bad. And every time we buy bottles of soap from the grocery store, we're contributing to the plastic problem that we have worldwide. And so to tackle this, we created Soap Stand. And so how I like to explain how Soap Stand work, imagine a soda vending machine, but instead of soda that's being dispensed, you're dispensing soap. And so students can bring their own bottle, they can bring their empty bottle, and they can visit our student union building. They can select the product that they want. We offer soap, hand soap, we offer detergents, we offer dish soap, we offer hand sanitizer as well. And they can select the amount of quantity and the price that they want to pay for the soap that they are designed to purchase. And once they're ready to dispense, they can do everything hands-free, and they can also pay via QR code. And because we really wanted to keep it hands-free and all virtual for students because of the COVID-19 pandemic, everything we made it as touchless as possible. So this is the screen that students see when they want to purchase the soap. They can select the different soap options. For 500 milliliters of soap, it costs a student around $2.20 Canadian, which is really great pricing because the average Dawn dish soap, which is the most popular dish soap brand in Canada. It costs around $277 for 473 milliliters. So it's actually cheaper for students to buy for us. And we're also supporting local businesses because all the soaps that we have stored in our project is from local vendors as well. And so in the first 6 months of this project, we were able to dispense around 180 liters and help students save over $500. And we also helped save over 360 bottles from entering the environment. So this is very positive results that we have as well. And then another thing that I didn't mention in the slide is we have both scented and non-scented options because we found that some students might have allergies or other sensitivities to possible scents. So we really made sure to have both scented and non-scented options for students. Last but not least, because this conference is talking about food security, I'm really passionate in sharing my last project, which is the UBC Food Hub. So for my university specifically, food insecurity is a major issue. My university defines food insecurity as an inadequate access to food due to financial constraints. And in fact, in 2019, my university did a study, and we found that 1 in 3 of students studying at UBC identify as food insecure. So this is a really major public health issue that's existing within my university. And so to tackle this, we already have a food hub on campus. We already have a lot of grants and subsidies available for students. We needed to think creative. How else can we tackle food insecurity on campus? So we created the UBC Food Hub Market. This is a 100% student-led grocery store that sells at-cost food for students. Emphasis on at cost. So what at cost mean is the price that we purchase the food from vendors is the same price that we sell the food to the students. And so this specific market is open only 3 days a week from Tuesday to Thursday, and all community members are welcome, not just students. So people like staff members, custodial staff, people that come to university for leisure activities, all are welcome to purchase and shop at our market. And so some key results that we found for this market opened February of 2022, and originally it was around 75 visitors a day, but we found that January of this year, the average number of visitors rose to around 280s. And so we were able to help save over $70,000 of total groceries that students would have to purchase if they were to purchase outside of the university or at the university grocery store. We also were able to promote something called dignified food access. What that means is that we found that students were embarrassed of accessing kind of resources on campus, such as the university food bank. So to promote dignified food access, students were able actually to pay their own money and feel like, oh, I'm contributing back to society where I'm actually purchasing my own food, I'm actually interacting with people, and that was a really big thing of students' willingness to access a food hub compared to accessing a food bank. We also were able to promote student employment opportunities, so students were able to be employed to operate the market. They are also able to employ to learn different skills like social media, like operating the Instagram page. And we also were able to kind of introduce more culturally appropriate foods. For example, if you were to buy like instant miso soup in Vancouver, it's a little bit more expensive because you need to ship it all the way from Japan. And so we would provide students, for example, international students from Japan, they can buy more culturally appropriate things from Japan at a much lower cost than they were to buy from outside of the university. And so if you're interested in learning more about the UBC Food Hub, feel free to visit their Instagram at UBC Food Hub Market. So in conclusion, I learned a lot from working at the student union and working a lot of these sustainability projects. One of the big things that I learned is that because I work in a student government level, I have to work with a lot of university stakeholders and a lot of students as well. And the process towards implementing and doing a lot of these logistics is a very long and tedious process. And that one thing that I really learned is that not everyone will agree on sustainability projects. You know, a lot of these projects cost a lot of money and not everyone wants their money to go towards these projects. So it's really important that you hear everyone's voices. It's really important that you do a lot of surveys, do a lot of communications, and making sure that everyone understands the impact and the benefits that these projects will bring to you to ensure that everyone is heard and everyone's on page for kind of the projects that you are working on and the impact that you want to see in your university. And also when creating new projects, it's important for you to put your shoes into other students, like international students, students that might commute to campus. It's important to do that so we ensure that our services can be provided to students that can be as diverse as possible, but also being able to make sure that your projects can meet the needs of students that might be overlooked by the university or other staff members as well. And the last point that I want to share with you is that my student union is the first student union in the world to create a sustainability report. A sustainability report is really important because it gives you a strategy on things you need to tackle and goals you need to reach from now until 10 years from now as well. And so if you're interested in learning more about what a sustainability report or what a sustainability strategy could look like for a university or for a student union, feel free to scan that QR code to learn more. But thank you so much for listening. Arigatou gozaimasu, and I'll now pass it back for any questions.
Thank you very much, Jason, for your amazing presentation. I find your projects and actions very inspiring. Okay, so now we have questions for 2 to 3 questions, but please keep them very briefly, and we will now move to Q&A time. So if anybody has questions, please raise your hand.
Good morning. Thank you for your wonderful presentations. I'm Shun Takihara from the Tokyo NODAI. I'm interested in your student in action, and I'm surprised of you, that your action is very big and to affect your society of your university. So now I want to ask you the 2 questions for your student activities. So one, how to make your student action and like agenda or some objective, and second, how to do awareness and spread out of the student of your objective, and how is the reaction for the student against your actions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. If possible, could I go to the first page of my presentation? And so, as I mentioned earlier, we're the first student union to ever create a student sustainability report. And so, with our sustainability report, we're listing out goals that we want to achieve as a student union. This was actually created by my predecessor from goals that we wanted to take from 2019 to 2030. So it's a 10-year goal. And so this is communicated actively through our social media, through Instagram, through Facebook, but also through publicly. So we go to different clubs, different student groups, and we kind of do presentations like this on kind of what our goals are as a student union every single year. And it's important for us to not just go to student groups that are interested in sustainability, but also student groups that might not even know what the sustainability plan might mean, and ask them for their opinions if they have any questions, if they have any concerns. Mostly the concerns that we see as a student union is pricing and cost, because the money that students go through the fees goes to us, and we use that money for the sustainability projects. But we usually always have transparency in terms of telling students how much we spend, and we do have a report every year of exactly how much is provided for each specific project. And so if students are concerned, they always go to us, and we have an open door policy for any questions as well.
Thank you very much. Someday we wanna collaborate with your union and the ISS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So due to the time pushing, I think we will end the Q&A for now. So thank you, Jason. Now we will move on to our group discussion. In this session, you can ask remaining questions that you have, and also we are accepting comments towards Junia's video. If anybody has any questions, comments, please feel free to speak up.
We also welcome some of the questions that the others could not ask Sote because of time. Feel free to ask now.
Mine is just to ask, is there a way you do assess the safety of the food brought in the food market hub, or is just anyone is just allowed to bring the food there?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So compared to a food bank, this is not for donations. Everything is purchased by food vendors. And so imagine a grocery store and how that would operate. It's the same kind of operations in terms of purchasing on just a much smaller scale. In terms of safety and sanitation, we all have, most of the vendors that we have in the market is from local vendors. So for example, a lot of the produce being sold is actually located through the UBC farm, the farm that's located at my school. So that way we're able to minimize the amount of carbon emissions, but also support the other students that are working at the farm as well. And so we have students focused on sanitation. That's a really big priority for us as well.
Thank you.
I have a question about kratung that is from Thailand. I just want to know if your study also entails what do you call this, the financial analysis of your product, over your technology. It's because you mentioned in your presentation that there are a lot of businesses or maybe big companies that would want to try your technology. However, we really need to look into the marginalized sector of the society. So we should not only look into the significance or the money that we could that these big companies could get out of your project, but you need also to look into the local people, especially those depressed communities, because we want also to uplift their way of living. So in that case, it's not only the big companies that would benefit, but most especially those under the marginalized sector of the society. Thank you.
Thank you for your ideas. Like, to be honest, my project is in the development stage. Like, it is produced in my faculty, so like it is like us a quite small business. So me and my team did the gratong and use it only in my faculty. So I have gained some of comments, and I will be like improving them later. Thank you so much.
My question goes to Sothea. I would like to know what methodology or what model did you use to predict the land use land cover change by 2030?
Okay.
And what was the purpose for the modeling?
Okay, so that's really nice question. You know, you seem like familiar with GIS technology as well. So the model or the spatial model right here, we are using cellular automata integrated with Markov model. So we have the cellular automata Markov model, which is abbreviated by CA Markov. And this model has been used with the TASET geospatial monitoring modeling system. And I'm sorry, but can you repeat your second question again?
Second question was, what was the purpose? Because I believe when you're predicting the LULCC, you have to have an idea, like your results. What are you doing with them?
Okay, so basically to do this research, you have to have, like I have mentioned earlier, the very first one is about the site-based knowledge. And to be honest, I am from that municipality, so that I am not a little bit, but I am aware of the situation in that municipality, right? So another problem is you have to aware, what is the factors that cause the change on land use land cover, like I have mentioned earlier. And maybe you try to input those parameter maybe into the model, then you can consider, okay, if these parameters come into my model, what is the result? And how can I interpret this result? This is something that you have to keep in mind, that which type of model variable that cause to the effect or impact on your result. And I can say that there are 5 model variables that have been used in order to analyze the change on land use land cover. So due to the time limitation and the slide should not be too much. I'm sorry that I could not include it right here, but I can tell you there's 5 model variable. The very first one is about the digital elevation model. The second one is about the slope, and then the distance from water body, and then the distance from main road, and last but not least is about the distance from town center. So by combining these 5 factors, and then we can know which part of land should be transformed to the particular type of land use. I hope I get your question.
Yes, you got my question. We'll talk more.
Okay. Feel free to keep in touch with me via my contact.
Okay, so unfortunately, we have run out of time. And I would now conclude our group discussion. So needless to say, without our environment, we could not survive. And the 5 people who presented today, they are all very concerned and are acting what they can towards saving our race. And by doing, their actions are mostly done locally, so they are doing what they can by thinking globally and acting locally. Okay. Now I would like to declare for today's event to be over. We will continue tomorrow with our general discussion from 2 p.m. and that is also live streamed as well. I would like to thank all the presenters who came from faraway places, and I would like to thank the chairs as well, and I would like to thank all of you from the audience for coming to make this event a success. Thank you, and we will see you tomorrow.